The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Comrade Ogiame Atuwatse III is my name, and I'm happy to be with you. It's been wonderful, quite educative, entertaining, and of course, very, very informative or informing. And let me begin by saying again, it's an honor to be part of this team, to be part of this great work. It's quite, a good initiative, and it's been amazing, being part of this whole exercise. I'm talking about the prestigious Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. So it's been a wonderful time out here. I'm so grateful. Well, from my little observation and of course the assignment given to me, looking out for content delivery, looking out for public speaking ability, confidence and the likes of it. Some of the contestants, the participants, they've actually been able to prove that they were not just invited, they were not just picked from the wayside, and they've given of their best, delivered quite well, and we saw some poetic aspect of the whole show, quite dramatic in a sense, and it's just another side to it. Is a way of adding color and character to the competition. However, we observed, if you will permit me, some of the tenses were not put in their proper perspectives. I don't know whether it's part of the requirement, but I think it's necessary. We're dealing with schools. We're talking about academia. So when you're answering a question or you're delivering, you're responding to a topic, in your delivery, your tenses should be in proper perspective. Lexis and structure is an aspect of grammar, it's an aspect of English language. So we took note of one or two cases, and we believe the teachers, the instructors, those who are in charge, they took note of our observation, and they will do the needful, especially those who will be graduating, qualifying into the next round. So we want to see a good combination of good skills, mental skills, academic skills, and the likes of it. Because that's the beauty of the whole exercise. The sponsors of this scheme, they've thought of so many things, and they've tried to put so many things in place for us to have this. So I commend them, and of course, again, I say kudos, and to God be the glory. It's a wonderful one. It's a wow, if you ask me. I mean, it's a great blessing. The amount in question is a whopping sum, and I mean, it's not easy to come by such an initiative these days. So to say, everybody's looking for money. Those who are keeping their money. So if someone, an institution, in this instance, His Majesty, decided to do this, I think it deserves an applause and prayers, if you would ask me. I mean, those who are in support or who are watching. In fact, besides, this is the maiden edition, so meaning, God willing, we'll have another edition after now. So, but let me assume this is the only one which I know will not be. Oh, no. It's quite commendable, and we're impressed, we're touched, we're quite grateful to the organizers, to the sponsors, and of course His Majesty Ogiame Atuwatse III for this wonderful initiative. It's been a wonderful time, being part of this exercise. So I commend him, I commend everyone that is involved in this sponsorship or initiative, if you ask me. So it's been a good one. I celebrate those involved. Yes, very well. I'm a strong advocate, of an initiative of this nature. It's worth emulating, and of course, as many that are watching us, as many that have heard one way or the other, if you have the means, or you can afford it, why not? We're looking forward to your sponsorship. Actually, in the course of the competition, we got to know there's another aspect of it, which is the Root Gender Foundation thing meant for the best female contestant. So I just said to myself, I wish we could also have the Boaz or any other name you want to give it, give to it. Male foundation as well, to encourage the male folks, the male gender. Why not? So my heart goes for the scheme or the initiative, and we're also calling on other persons of goodwill to please emulate this wonderful, amazing initiative. It's just, you can't imagine the benefits. So again, kudos to His Majesty and of course, all those that are involved in this initiative. We are proud to be associated with this initiative. Thank you.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different. The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation, and proudly sponsored by Rukotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners: Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ugeoyokoro TV. Ruth Gender Foundation.
I'm Ruth Edema Collins. I hold a first degree in physics electronics, a postgraduate qualification in business administration, and a nationally certified French language tutor. Career-wise, I'm an educational facilitator. I'm the managing director at Atlantic Media and TV, and I'm also a director at Rukotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited. I'm a wife and a mother, and I like dressing up to show up. Yeah, so that's basically me. Thank you. Root Gender Foundation was inspired from my personal experiences growing up as a young girl in a typical Nigerian environment. For me, it was being different. It made people bully me, abuse me, and harass me. I was always misunderstood and underrated. Root Gender is a foundation that is dedicated to building confidence in the Nigerian girl child through educational and inspirational programs, like supporting programs that promote girl child education. We also organize physical exercises for our young girls for the overall well-being of their mental and physical states, and also for the acquisition of self-defense skills. We also sensitize girls on laws that protect them. In our constitution, a lot of girls do not know that they have rights, that there are laws that protect their interests in Nigeria. Hence, they are vulnerable, they are living in fear, which is stopping them from reaching their full potentials. So we sensitize them on the laws that protect their interests. This, like I said, is visioned towards building confidence in the Nigerian girl child. So that is just a wrap-up of what we do at Root Gender Foundation. I would say I resonate with the struggles and the challenges of the girl child, particularly the Warri girl child. I happen to grow up in the heart of Warri. From an average background. My family is an average one, but I experienced a lot. Like I said, I was bullied, I was overlooked, I was harassed for being a different child, for daring to be different, and nobody was taking note and tapping into my potentials. So my interest for the girl child is I would love to be a voice for the girl child. They need people to believe in them. They need people to speak for them. I also want the Warri girl child to know that there is hope beyond the reef. I want them to see the bigger picture. I want them to know that they can compete on global platforms. They can compete on international platforms, and they can do very well. We have the likes of Ada Gold, or Maumi, and the rest of them. They are all competing very well on international platforms, and I know that you too can do that, and I want you to know that is why we are here. Root Gender Foundation is here to make you understand that you can actually be what you want to be. As part of our objectives at Root Gender Foundation, we are dedicated to promoting girl child education. Like I said, I represent the brand Warri Girl Child. I represent the brand the African Girl Child, because I have gone through the struggles from there to here. So giving 2 million to the best female participants is just a way to share them on. It's just a way to make them know that we believe in you. I believe in you. You can look up to us. We are sharing you on. It is not about the money. We believe in your potential. We want our girls to know that you are doing the right thing at the right time. You are in the right place, and this is what you should be doing. That's why we are supporting you. And we will always be here to support you. Girl child empowerment to me is enforcing laws that protect our girl child. You know, my NGO, we've been pursuing a bill that we will see to be passed. We are asking that our girls should be allowed to carry pepper spray as weapons of self-defense. Because if you look at it, our women have nothing to protect themselves. They are just there by the grace of God. So we are pursuing laws that will protect the girl child. So empowerment, girl child empowerment to me is enforcing laws that protect the girl child, educating the girl child on time and money management, financial literacy, and equipping them with self-defense skills. Also, access to quality education. This to me is girl child empowerment and nothing more. A girl child must possess effective communication skills. They should be able to communicate effectively. A girl child should be financially literate. She should know how to manage her finances, and she should also know how to manage her time. Yes. Also, most importantly, another skill is self-awareness. It's important for our girls to know who they are, to believe in themselves. That's the vision of our NGO, building confident girls that can achieve their full potentials in Nigeria. That is our NGO's vision. So yeah, those are some of the skills I believe that the girl child should possess. She needs role models. She needs people that have led that path and have made it direction. There are people that have achieved in that route. I will encourage you to look up to them, learn from them. That is just the way to achieve your dreams. My message to the Warri child, like I said, I represent the brand Warri Girl Child. We are letting the world know that we are not vile, we are not roused, we are educated, we compete intellectually, we have good things ahead of us. We can do it on the global platform, we can do it on the national platform, and we are everything there is to be a woman. I would encourage you, Warri Girl Child, make education your best friend. Make education your best friend. Learn new things. Learn new languages. Okay? And the sky will be your starting point. We are always here to cheer you up. Don't forget that my name is Ruth Edema Collins from Root Gender Foundation, and from all of us wishing you the best, we say keep watching Atlantic TV.
Ruth Gender Foundation. Atlantic TV. Culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Okay, my name is Jane Tosan Ibiaiprebos Samuel, the creative director, Kekistry Sugar Craft. It's been a real big honor being part of this competition and being a judge. It's been quite educating, informative, and I'll say a worthwhile experience. Having these kids come out, talk. When you see them sitting calmly, you will never believe they have so much stuff inside them to pour out. And to think that it's coming from Warri, Delta State, it's been really fun. It's been really enjoyable. Wow, why not? I've learned so much. Coming to talk about the social media being catalyst for change, and wow, it's been really informative. So many things I learned, so many things I never thought in that light before now. It's been really good. This has been a really good initiative coming from the Ogiame Atuwatse III. And I would want to rather advise or encourage other individual parastatals, wherever, they should try and emulate this initiative. It's a good one because we've never had it this good. Think of the prize money, that's much money, so to say. And so others, individual coming in and taking this initiative and running with it would be a good deal.
Atlantic TV. Culturally inclined and uniquely different. Atlantic TV. Culturally inclined and uniquely different.
My name is Ochuko Orogo, retired, a former broadcaster, newscaster, presenter on radio and television. I started my job as a teacher before I transferred to media. Well, let me make a confession here. If I wasn't a judge in this competition, I will never believe that these students came from Delta State, especially in Warri. I was able to see that we had well-educated children. The schools that we thought did not know what they're doing, I found out that they had done their best with the children, and that we have such children in Delta State. I'm very impressed with the ability of the children, and for a program like this to come, within us here is really commendable. It's something, it's very innovative. What we normally hear is beauty queens and idols, Nigerian idols, if we say it, or Delta idols, have to do with singing and what have you. But being educative, would I put it that way, is something that has blown my mind, where children are tested in their ability to really prove that there's a school system. It's very commendable, and I do appreciate it. Would I say my first time to be a judge in an educating atmosphere? It's always been either a beauty queen thing, and I saw the difference where the children are pushed to actually show the ability that they are students, and I think I love it.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different. Who has got what it takes to wear the intellectual crown? Who will conquer the stage and walk home with the King's Prize? The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition moves into the next phase, and the prize has just doubled. Now the debate champion will take home a jaw-dropping 10 million naira. Likewise, the quiz winner, a mind-blowing 10 million naira. And if we have a single winner in both categories, the winner takes home all 20 million naira. The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition is not just a contest, it is the clash of brilliance, strategy, and determination. The fire is on. The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, lovers of debate. Welcome to it. Is the tiebreaker round for the Ogiame Atuwatse III intercollegiate quiz and debate competition. Wonderful. You have to brace yourself for a brilliant, beautiful experience right about now. We're about to witness and experience the power of persuasion, of words, of logic, and of course, intellectual firepower. I can't wait to see what these contestants, the debaters, and the schools have to offer. I'm your moderator. It's Rejoice Debekebe here. Right now, we have 5 schools, but 2 final slots to progress nicely to round 2. Let's make welcome the schools in this category. We have Delta Secondary School. We also have Nana College. We have Ubokodo Secondary School. We have Elivado Schools. And we have Wangwe College. Nice. Wow, it's going to be the battle, the final showdown right about now of intellectuals. But first of all, we have to find out who's sitting on the panel of judges. We have professionals and we have our distinguished and esteemed, highly sought after panel of judges. First up, we have our chairman for the panel, a veteran media personality, Mrs. Ochuku Orogu. We also have another administrator and professional sitting, Mr. Ajay Adaronkare. And we have the very distinguished Mr. Torisheju Godtime. Amazing. Alrighty then, just before we hit the ground running with the debate, we're going to have to find out what some of the rules are, particularly for the tie round right about now. Over to you, judges.
Thank you very much. Debate rules and regulations for the tiebreaker round. Each school will be given same topic and their stance for or against. Each school will be represented by two speakers, one for argument and the other for rebuttal. Speaking time. The lead speaker has 4 minutes to speak, while support speaker has 2 minutes. The judging criteria is same as the former, which are based on stage presence, confidence, accuracy, time management, neatness, intellectual ability, public speaking skills, and presentation skill. Disqualification rules. The use of abusive language or personal attacks will lead to disqualification. Exceeding speaking time by 15 seconds result in a 5-point deduction. Teams must adhere to debate ethics, no external assistance during the round. Final decision: if a tie persists, an impromptu question will be given and each school must respond within 1 minute. The best response determines the winner. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much to our judges there for lending us your time and your expertise. So we have 5 schools right now already seated, ready and set to pour out all they have been planning and preparing for. We're going to have the first 5 lead speakers first, and then of course thereafter we're going to have the 5 supporting speakers. All right then, debaters, it's now time for you to make your points. May the best argument win. Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes, moderator.
Alrighty then, let's make welcome the lead speaker from Delta Secondary School.
Language is more than words. It's a key to our heritage, a key to our unity, and a foundation for our future. Yet, many indigenous languages are vanishing at an alarming rate. If we do not act now, we lose reason an irreplaceable part of our identity forever. Before I proceed, permit me to give honor to who honor is due. Good day, my moderator, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, ladies and gentlemen. I am Onowerimu Eoma Victory and I represent Delta Secondary School Warri. I stand before you today to firmly propose the motion which states that indigenous language should be compulsory in secondary school. Indigenous languages are languages that are native to a region or a particular ethnic group and is spoken by the indigenous people. It is sometimes referred to as the mother tongue. Indigenous languages firstly preserve cultural heritage and identity. They carry the tradition, the belief, the custom of a particular ethnic group. It promotes cultural heritage that will be saved for generations to come. It plays a vital and crucial role in our community development. The language carries the song, the protocols, and the family history. And remember, a nation that loses its language loses its soul. Language is land, and land is language. Again, indigenous languages help the student performance in their academics. When researchers have shown that students who learn from their mother tongue have a higher advantage to scale through their academics. Students get to learn their indigenous languages through various language clubs in their school, thereby fostering academic excellence and productivity. Furthermore, it fosters a sense of belonging. When students learn and speak in their indigenous language, it helps them develop a sense of pride for their cultural roots and identity. It makes them see themselves as a part of their cultural ethnic group. And also, most students today are born in the city, and most parents lack the adequate time they need to teach their children their indigenous language. But making this a compulsory asset in our schools will enable students obtain the access they need to learn their local dialect effectively and consistently. A striking example of one of the benefits of speaking in your indigenous language is a situation where two people meet outside their ethnic locality. When they speak their local language, they see themselves as one. They do things together and assist one another in a way that will not be done to someone who do not know how to speak their local language. In addition, indigenous languages has a unique way of transmitting understanding and relating to the world. Various indigenous languages has extensive and complex system of knowledge that have developed over the time. Ladies and gentlemen, the time for debate is over. The time for action is now. The preservation of our indigenous language starts in the classroom. We should not be that generation that allow our identity to disappear. Rather, we should be that generation that save it. The Nigeria today is an African country. That means we are native. We should not allow civilization to make us neglect our culture and our heritage. If we lose our language, who are we? I leave that for you to consider. Thank you.
Opening up nicely there, we have the lead speaker from Delta Secondary School. Now let's make welcome the lead speaker from Nana College.
Language is like a puzzle. A puzzle loses its value if its pieces are missing. Also, a culture loses its identity if the language is lost. With this, I say a good day to the honorable judges, the moderator, my co-debaters, and audience. I am Uyose Agidibi, a student of Nana Model College. Should indigenous languages be compulsory in Nigerian schools? I submit to you all today that indigenous languages should indeed be compulsory in Nigerian schools. Indigenous languages are languages spoken by various ethnic groups. Nigeria itself has over 500 languages. This is to say that one thing that defines us is our culture and tradition. To begin with, our indigenous languages brings about global recognition and national identity, influenced by our rich culture and unique languages. This is a major reason why Nigeria is widely recognized. As the debate topic says, should indigenous languages be compulsory in Nigerian schools? It's just like asking if we should still breathe in air, because currently a lot of schools in Nigeria are already teaching local languages. Although I know my opponents may say that, what if the language you're being taught in school is different from that of your tribe? However, I'll make an example with myself. I'm from Edo State, but in my school, we are taught Ishekiri. And the knowledge I've gained from the Ishekiri culture has helped me to relate with people properly within this region. Moving on to my next point, which is spread of language. By teaching indigenous languages in schools, students like me that come from an English-speaking home would have the opportunity to learn a native language. Communication. Indigenous languages aid communication. Before we were colonized by the British people, we communicated using our native dialects. Even the Bible shows how our native dialects can be used to spread the gospel. In the book of Acts, when the Holy Spirit came upon the apostles and started speaking in diverse tongues, after that one event, there was a significant increase in the church. This brings me to my next point, which is safety. Like the story of a girl who got kidnapped by some people, but because she was able to understand and interpret their dialects, she was able to escape. Now, our indigenous languages has opened a new door of employment for we Nigerians. Currently, the US president is ready to hire indigenous language speakers. Just imagine, if our languages can be taught in other countries, why wouldn't it be taught in ours? And if we can teach English language in schools, why wouldn't our native dialects be compulsory? Our native dialects also further affirms our security by enabling us to communicate in a way that a foreign person would not understand what we're saying. In summary, our indigenous languages should be compulsory in our schools so that our languages will not become extinct. Thank you.
Well put there. We've heard from the lead speaker from Nana College. Now let's welcome the lead speaker from Ugbokodo Secondary School.
Good day, moderator, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, teachers, co-debaters, listeners, and viewers from home. My name is Bisan Ogenema Victor, and I'm a student of Ugbokodo Secondary School, Ugbokodo. I stand before you today to strongly support the motion that indigenous languages should be compulsory in Nigerian schools. Indigenous languages are languages originated and spoken by the original inhabitants of a particular region or a country, passed down through generations, often with cultural and historical significance, and are distinct from languages introduced by colonizers, immigrants, or other external influences. Compulsory simply means something that is mandatory and necessary. I propose, therefore, that indigenous languages are an integral part of our cultural heritage. They are the languages of our ancestors, our traditions, and our identity. By making them compulsory in schools, we ensure that our future generations do not lose touch with their cultural roots. Inasmuch as my opponent will say English language is a neutral language that unites Nigerians and foreigners across ethnic and linguistic lines, I would argue that English may be a common language, but it is not neutral. It is a legacy of colonialism that has suppressed indigenous languages and cultures. From what we know that globally, there is no language that is a standard or determinant of progress and success. English is overrated, hence it should not be a determinant of progress. The United Nations, for example, insist on speaking their indigenous languages, and they get people to interpret and translate what they speak to help us understand what they are saying. This is only possible because these translators have learnt this subject in their indigenous languages, which aids their comprehension. Why then is it that the lingua franca only exists in Second World War nations? Does it not look like an agenda to keep us small? Why are the richest countries in the First World War all speaking their mother tongues? I leave that to my judges as a food for thought. My opponent will also want to say that making indigenous language compulsory will lead to curriculum overload. But you must attest to the fact that we can integrate indigenous languages into existing subjects like cultural studies, literature, and social studies. This will not only reduce curriculum overload, but will also provide a more holistic education. In conclusion, my stand is that indigenous language is not only a matter of cultural preservation, but also one of educational, economic, and national importance. Those in China, Japan, America, France, England, they learn physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology in their indigenous languages. These subjects provide the basic things we see around us, like our wares, our computers, and watches. The other subjects either sell them, promote them, distribute them, or protect them. This is because having learned this subject in their indigenous languages, it makes them to be able to assimilate and comprehend them. So many countries that practice this have ended up being world superstars. I urge you all to support this motion and join me in advocating for the promotion of indigenous languages in schools so that our mother tongue will not go into extinction. Thank you.
Well done, well done, well done to the lead speakers from Delta Secondary School, Nana College, and Ugbokodo Secondary School, all for the motion, should indigenous languages be made compulsory in Nigerian schools. Well, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we're going to see how the other two lead speakers prove their argumentative points. Stay with us.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation, and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ugeoyokoro TV.
It is the tiebreaker round for the Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition. Trust me, tension is rising and building on here at Atlantic Media and TV. Thank you so much for checking in and, of course, staying with us. Please do well to drop a like and a comment and follow through with the competition. We've heard from the first 3 lead speakers. Now it's time for us to hear from the other 2 lead speakers. First up, we have Elevado Schools. Next up, we have Uwangwe College. Now, let's make welcome the lead speaker from Elevado Schools.
In the 19th century, European explorers came into Nigeria and brought Western education using English language, which has now become our country's lingua franca. While acknowledging the cultural significance of indigenous language, we must also know that enforcing indigenous languages into schools is rather impractical and potentially detrimental to the students' future prospects. Distinguished audience, my worthy opponents, permit me to ask, is it really wise to burden students who are already struggling with the core academic demands? Good day, esteemed judges, attentive audience, moderator, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, and my amazing teammates. I'm Yusuf Samira, the chief speaker for the opposing side. Today, I stand before you to firmly argue against the motion, which states that indigenous languages should be made compulsory in Nigerian schools. Nigeria is a land of over 500 indigenous languages, each rich in culture, yet diverse to the point of complexities. Forcing learners to study indigenous languages in school does not guarantee preservation, like my opponent has said. In fact, language thrives when spoken naturally in communities and not school mandatories. Did you know that even large countries like China and Germany support their native language through literature, entertainment, and technology, and not compulsion in schools? Permit me to also ask, if Nigeria has so many indigenous languages, which one do you think would be made compulsory? Don't you think that this question would raise conflict and division rather than unity, which we are fighting for? Would it not be more beneficial to improve on the educational quality of already existing subjects in our struggling systems? Many indigenous languages lack proper textbooks and modern scientific vocabularies and adequately trained and certified teachers. Making these compulsory in our curriculum will only overburden students and lead to reduced quality in education. The world is now evolving, and employers now prioritize communication skills in international languages such as English. Making indigenous languages compulsory will only be putting us students at a disadvantage. While my opponents might also argue that including indigenous languages in school promotes unity and preserves culture, the reality is unity is built on communication, not compulsion. Culture is preserved through continuous practice and not policies. In my opinion, schools can offer indigenous languages as selective subjects more than compulsory ones. What happens if parents, guardians, and elders speak these indigenous languages at home to pass them down to the younger generation and encourage the use of indigenous languages alongside English? I can boldly say that I can speak and understand my language, not because I learned it from school, but because of my parents, my elders, and my native community. Conclusively, let us focus on a language that connects rather than divides, that prepares rather than restricts. Let us embrace our world and love our world, cherishing our heritage and our roots without forcing them on any student. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you too to the lead speaker there from Elevado Schools. Now let's make a warm welcome to the lead speaker from Uwangwe College.
Good day, moderator, esteemed panelists, accurate timekeepers, co-debaters, distinguished audience, and honorable judges. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate your time and your efforts in evaluating our arguments. My name is Promise Eshet, and I'm representing Uwangwe College Schools. We are grateful for the opportunity to engage in this important discussion And I'll be arguing in favor, strongly opposing the motion which says, should indigenous languages be made compulsory to Nigerian schools? Of course not. It should not be made compulsory to Nigerian schools. Before I go further, let us understand what indigenous languages mean. Indigenous languages is a language that is given into a specific land which was not brought into that land from somewhere else. It is a language that is spoken by the original inhabitants of that same region. Therefore, it is also called the mother tongue. Now, straightforward, I'll be going straight to the reasons why I said indigenous languages should not be made compulsory to Nigerian schools. Firstly is the aspect of standardization issues. Indigenous languages have lots of variations and tribes. And making indigenous languages compulsory to Nigerian schools, standardizing a curriculum could be competitive, which will actually lead to rise of conflicts between communities about which dialect to teach in a particular school. So to avoid conflicts rising in communities, I believe that indigenous languages should not be made compulsory to Nigerian schools. Secondly is the aspect of limitation of resources. Many Nigerian schools do not have quality resources, which are supposed to help students and enable them and educate them on these languages. And when these resources are not available, the quality of Nigerian education, the quality of the education of Nigerian students, it could be hindered. So therefore, in conclusion, I've shown that by not making these languages not compulsory to Nigerian students is a more fair choice. Because nowadays, if a student do not have good grades in English language, and he or she has good grades in these local languages, he or she is not going nowhere. But if a student have good grades in English language, and but if he or she doesn't have good grades in these local language, he or she could be promoted to the next class. So therefore, let us make the right decision today, and together we could create a better future for all. Thank you.
We have heard from the 5 lead speakers for the tiebreaker round for the debate right about now. And it'll be nice to hear from the judges what exactly they have to say about the different speakers. But just before that happens, let me quickly ask a question to you, debaters. How are you feeling right now? You okay? You still tense? You've spoken already. Why are you so tense? If you had a superpower right now to win this competition, the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition, what would be that superpower? Yes?
Mind control.
Mind control! Yes, I like the sound of that one. Don't say it. Say it. Don't. Okay, how about you? What superpower do you need right now? Yeah? Making yourself invisible? You don't want us to see you when you speak. You just want us to be hearing voices? Oh my God. All right, go ahead. How about you?
Speed to be able to deliver within my time.
Accuracy.
Yes,
Speed and accuracy, right? You need that. Oh, nice. We like the sound of that one. How about you?
Being able to memorize quickly.
Memorize quickly. Top of your game. You know, sometimes it's just interesting how you just want to flip through a book and just remember everything you flip through. That would be a super cool superpower going on there. All right, the only gentleman among the ladies.
I'll make everybody forget what they want to say.
For real? Forget it that I'm going to be the only one to remember. Wow, what a superpower going on there. Oh my goodness. Okay, but thank you so much. Brilliantly, you have come through with all your argumentative points. Now it's time for us to hear from our judges. Panel of judges, over to you. What do you think?
Good afternoon, everyone. And to be honest, I'm really dumbfounded. I don't know what to score you guys. You guys did excellently well, and it was very powerful presentation. And I love your school uniform. You guys are neat and all that. So I just want to say thank you. And although there were a few break in transition when you guys were delivering, you guys started very well. The confidence level, some of you went down a little as you were, speaking and debating. Well, in essence, that you guys did excellently well, and I love your delivery. Nice one. Kudos.
Wonderful.
It's so true. You put up a good performance today, and we encourage you to do better because there's always room for improvement anytime, anywhere, any day. Like I said, somebody mentioned that our lands will do better. Our lands will strive better when our indigenous languages are spoken in the community rather than in the schools. Well, it's a valid point. We'll look into it. And an issue was raised that we have inadequacy of personnel and resources to teach our local languages or indigenous languages. I don't know that a thorough research was done to that effect, but again, it's a matter for consideration. And of course, an opinion. Thank you. We'll look into it as well. But again, generally, I think the performance was a good one. Thank you for coming.
Trying to pick out the best from the set of tiebreakers, one has to be careful and listen properly to all of you. And little things matter. First of all, talking about stage presence and confidence is the way you handle yourself. Your gesticulation, your action will either give you a mark or not, especially when you're trying to remember what you have crammed. Your poise is also another thing that gives you your mark. Maybe personal here. The first speaker that came out, I loved the way she put herself together. It reminded me of my days when I was working on television, where there's a way you put your hand, and that's exactly what she did. So, whatever action she's feeling doesn't show. But when your hand is loose, and it's like, I don't know whether I'm being heard on the microphone, because I'm trying to explain. I don't know whether you understand. Those little things kind of minus your mark. Now, another thing we have to know is, in Nigeria here, we speak British language, or British English. We miss our British English with American English. And that brings us to letting us know who you really are. We don't get carried away about how you speak. It's whether what you're saying makes sense. And that was what I try as much as possible to listen to. Whether you're local, whether you're foreign, whatever you want to say must make sense. And that's where I get my point from. And that is where I was able to score accordingly. Don't worry, I'm not saying who's winning here. But it really brought out the best from each of you. You have really come out to compete. You did well. But two schools will have to come out of it. Wishing you the best as usual.
We have just experienced the League of Extraordinary Public Speakers. Are we going to have a tie after this tie? Hopefully, okay. Now we've had the lead speakers lay the foundation. Right after the break, we're going to find out how the supporting speakers solidify it. Stay with us.
Don't miss out on exciting news, events, and more. Stay connected by following us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Atlantic Media and TV.
Welcome, welcome. You have to brace up right now because it's the final showdown for the tiebreaker for the Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition, talking about the debate category right about now. I'm your moderator. It's Rejoice Devekeme here. It's been quite intense. I know, right? Wow, we've had the first set of speakers, the lead speakers going on there from the 5 schools that are here present, talking about Delta Secondary School, Nana College, Ubokodo Secondary School, Elevator Schools, and Wangwe College. We have had them come through spitting fire. Now it's time for us to find out how the supporting speakers are going to re-echo and reiterate and re-emphasize the points that have been dropped already. Are you ready?
Yes, moderator.
We can't wait to see you drop it like it's hot. Let's make welcome right now the first speaker, supporting speaker for Delta Secondary School.
Standing on the existing protocol, still representing Delta Secondary School, I am Alubakar Mrash, and I stand firmly to propose the motion which says, should indigenous languages be compulsory in secondary school? Of course it should be. Imagine a Nigeria where our indigenous languages no longer exist, where future generations cannot speak Yoruba, Igbo or Hausa, and our cultural identity fades into history. Making indigenous languages compulsory in secondary school strengthens both academic performance and cultural identity. Studies shows that students understand better when taught in their native languages, improving comprehension and critical thinking. In Lagos State, the policy on Yoruba in schools proves that indigenous languages boost cognitive development and preserves heritage. Without this, Nigerian languages risk extinction. Teaching these languages in schools keeps students connected to their roots, while shaping intellect, creating a well-rounded, culturally aware, and academically strong generation. Language, I said, language is power. My moderator, esteemed judges, my audience, and my co-debater, if our languages dies, what remains of our identity? This I leave to you to think about. Thank you.
Okay, supporting speakers are coming through. We just heard from Delta Secondary School. Now let's make welcome the supporting speaker from Nana College.
A good day to the moderator, impartial panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, and magnificent audience. I am Mercy Oruretan from Nana Mother College, Warri, here to support that indigenous language should be compulsory in our secondary schools. Why should it be compulsory? First, as a proud daughter of the Ichekiri people, I draw inspiration from our rich cultural heritage, and I stand here today to defend indigenous languages. Why should it be compulsory? First, it preserves our cultural heritage. If indigenous language is not made compulsory in our school, before our very own eyes, we will slowly lose our language. And if we lose our language, our culture will definitely die. Moving on, indigenous languages promote financial benefits. For instance, I'm a trader or a businesswoman, and I can speak the language of my environment. I will definitely attract more customers and clients to my business space, enhancing and aiding financial benefits. It's also a form of identification. In around 1997, during the Ichekiri and Ijaw crisis, indigenous language was used as a form of identification, as individuals were said to speak the language of a dominant group in a particular area to identify themselves. The future of the Warri child. A child who can stand to speak the language of his or her environment. A child who can stand to defend this language. This is the kind of child I and my fellow students and even my opponents wish to become. And the best way to become this child is to make indigenous language compulsory. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nana College. Now let's make welcome the support speaker from Ubokodo Secondary School.
on the existing protocol.
I'm Hyacinth Shakina from Bokodo Secondary School. I stand here to argue in support of the motion that indigenous languages should be made compulsory in our secondary schools. We tend to forget our natural gifts and embrace the inferior fabric that is not compulsory, that is not relevant, and cannot brace our originality, authenticity, and so on and so forth. Indigenous languages enhance Nigeria's reputation. If indigenous languages enhance Nigeria's reputation, if it showcases Nigeria's reputation by Nigeria committing to cultural preservation and cultural preservation. For instance, in Rwanda, they made their local language compulsory, and this helped them, and this helps the students and to their own benefits. In China, China has grown technologically because they speak their indigenous language right from elementary schools. In conclusion, I'll say that we all should we should learn our indigenous languages in our schools to help us to our own benefits and our own self. Thank you.
Thank you too for buttressing the points going on there as a support speaker from Bokodo Secondary School. We've had Delta Secondary School and Nana College. How about we go for a quick break? When we return, we're going to see the other supporting speakers who are going to be against the motion. Stay with us.
Who has got what it takes to wear the intellectual crown? Who will conquer the stage and walk home with the King's Prize? The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition moves into the next phase, and the prize has just doubled. Now the debate champion will take home a jaw-dropping 10 million naira. Likewise, the quiz winner a mind-blowing 10 million naira. And if we have a single winner in both categories, the winner takes home all 20 million naira. The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition is not just a contest, it is the clash of brilliance, strategy, and determination. The fire is on.
We're having such an interesting time. On here, we have 5 schools that are battling it out to get the top 2 slots. Who's going to make it? We're going to find out shortly. We've had the lead speakers, and then we've had 3 of the supporting speakers from the school here. Now it's time for us to find out how the remaining 2 support speakers are going to do. Audience, are you ready? Yes, moderator. I'm sure the judges are ready and our debaters are also ready. I'm the moderators, Rejoice Debekebe here. Now let's make welcome the support speaker from Elevado School.
Language is power, but does it actually have to become a burden? Culture is identity, but does it actually have to be compulsory? My answer is a resounding no. Ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, worthy opponents, and my brilliant teammates, good day. I'm Eliafa Emanuela, the second speaker for the opposing side of this debate, and I strongly oppose the motion which states that indigenous languages should be compulsory in Nigerian schools. I have carefully listened to what my opponents have said, but I tell you that although they sound appealing, they have shaky foundations that will crumble under scrutiny. Hence, allow me to dismantle them one by one. Firstly, my opponent argues that indigenous languages will promote national unity. But how? With over 500 indigenous languages, how do we expect it to promote national unity rather than division and also confusion? Take, for example, Warri South, where Ishekiri is the major language spoken here, and then you have a class of 13 learners, and among these 13 learners, you have Hausa, Igbo, and many other languages, and Ishekiri is supposed to be taught. What is going to happen to the other languages? Do you really think that there will still be unity? No, the language is supposed to be a bridge and not a barrier. Culture is not supposed to be preserved through force, but by choice and also practice. So making a subject compulsory doesn't actually mean that children will appreciate it. It might also lead to resentment. Conclusively, I feel that my opponent talks about unity, but unity is not based on forced obligations. They talk about identity, but identity is not imposed, it is embraced. They talk about education, yet they fail to understand that the true meaning of education is to prepare children for the future rather than chaining them to the past. Know that John Dewey once said that if you train today's student the way you did to yesterday, you might deprive them from their future. Hence, I appeal that indigenous learning should not be made compulsory. It should be an optional subject in today's learning world. We should do something that embraces, empowers, and equips us for success. And making indigenous languages compulsory does none of that. Thank you.
Well done, well done. Up next, last but not the least, we have the support speaker from Uwangwe College.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, fellow debaters, accurate timekeeper and moderator. My name is Faith Bumeri. I'm here to oppose the motion which says, should indigenous language be compulsory in Nigeria school? No. While I acknowledge the importance of preserving our cultural heritage and promoting linguistic diversity, I strongly believe that making it compulsory in school is not the most practical and effective solution. Firstly, in Nigeria today, we have over 250 ethnic groups and more than 500 languages. Making indigenous language compulsory would mean that students would have to learn multiple languages, which would be a daunting task, especially to those who may not have strong foundation in their mother tongue. Secondly, our education system is already overwhelmed with the task of providing quality education in core subjects such as mathematics, science, and English. Adding another compulsory subject will serve to further our burden stretched resources. In conclusion, while indigenous language is an important part of our cultural identity, making it compulsory in school is not the best way to promote their use and appreciation. Instead, we should focus on finding innovative and inclusive ways to celebrate our linguistic diversity. Thank you.
Well done, ladies. As you can see, they're all ladies going on here for the support speakers from the different schools. We have had Delta Secondary School, Nana College, Ugbokodo Secondary School, Elivado Schools, and now finally Uwangwe College. Just celebrate them one more time. You have done fantastically well. Well, we're going to hear from our judges shortly, but just before that happens, let me find out from you debaters, who here speaks their local dialect? You do? Can you say something on there? Greet us. What language is that? Nishekiri. Okay, go ahead and greet us Nishekiri now. Aha. Everyone. Okay, that was good. Let's celebrate it.
Bokor.
Bokor. What are we supposed to say?
We're supposed to say Arani.
Arani. So say it again. Let's say it.
Bokor.
Arani. Let's celebrate her. That was interesting. You want to speak as well? Let me try. What language is this? Igbo. All right, go ahead.
Nedalu, Naidalu. Then you guys will say Odima.
Okay, so one more time. Let's try that.
Nedalu, Naidalu.
Odima. Brilliant. One more. You want to say something? Not really. Not actually. Okay, how about them over here? Anybody speaking? No, they're really against the motion now, aren't they? Alrighty then, it's interesting on here. It's bigger and better, even though the stakes are higher, for the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. It's the final showdown. Let's find out from our judges how our contestants have done. Well, over to you, judges.
I must say the first round was quite electrifying than the second round, but you guys actually did well as well. So just clap for yourself. You guys did very well. I must say. excellent delivery. I observed that some of you started as well. Confidence was there, but time goes on, you were speaking, it went down. Just like the battery went dead, I don't know. And some of you were looking down. One person was looking down when she was speaking. This is something I observed. So just be confident, and nobody's going to rebuke you. Just do your best, and this is a platform for you guys to fly. I just want to say thank you. Nice performance and nice delivery. Thank you.
Yes, the support speakers, you've done well. And we got a revelation that indigenous language can lead to financial success. So, moderator, please take note. You need to have money, good money. So maybe after I will consult with the chief consultant there, the proponent of that viewpoint. But again, it was a good one. So we've enjoyed listening to all of you. Good presentation, quite, persuasive, and of course, trying to maintain your mission. I mean, why you are here. So it's a good one. Although I had something like my colleague and I, or my fellow students and I, the second pronoun presentation stuff, first pronunciation, first plural, singular pronoun thing concept. Myself, you come last. Yeah, my sister and I, not me and my sister. So I had something I do from one of the speakers. So it should be my friend and I, my sister and I, my brother and I, not the other way around. So please, teachers, take note. But all the same, a good one. Thank you.
I don't know why you keep blaming teachers. They do their best anyway. So it was a nice one. We got most of the points from the first speakers. One or two of the supporting speakers tried as much as possible to beef it up, but I believe we got what we wanted. Cramming can be dangerous, and that's what killed a lot of you guys. What you need to do is understand the topic, and in giving examples or so, give us examples that we understand around us here, which makes sense. In this world of ours now, culture is an identity. As a young person growing up, my father wanted us to speak the best English, so our language was banned in our house. Then, it was a law. So it was only my mom who says she comes from the village, and so she cannot speak English. So she speaks Urdu language to us, and that was how we were able to understand that language. Now, in the media, when there's an Urdu program going on, I feel like presenting it. But because I'm not grounded, they pay me way. But then it tells us that wherever you come from, you have to be proud of it. Learn your language and know it well. This is just a debate. You must know your language. You must have an identity. I'm proud to say I'm an Uhubu girl. One of my Uhubu name looks like Shekiri, so I always copy Shekiri people at times. And that is Eterisa. They think it's Shekiri, but it's Uhubu from Udu. All the same, what we're saying here is anything we do is very important. We should not deny our culture. For those of you who are in the social media, you can find out now that even the foreigners, because they don't have an identity, are beginning to marry us. Itineba and many other things, meaning that our culture means a lot to a lot of people, which we take for granted. But many of us just want to do, I'm a foreigner, pretending as if we do not exist. But that is not so. A Nigerian is a Nigerian. I'm proudly Niger. I am proudly Wari. And we need to develop our Wafi city. Thank you.
Just listening to the chairman with the panel of judges going on there, talking about celebrating our culture and our heritage, and how she's talking about how we should celebrate us, you know, from Warri. I felt like shouting, area! Oh my! Okay, so it has been an intense and insightful exchange of ideas and different argumentative points going on there from the lead speaker and then the supporting speaker. We have 5 schools, but only 2 slots available. And I'm sure we're all waiting to find out who is going to make it to the second round. We're going to find out right after this.
Don't miss out on exciting news, events, and more. Stay connected by following us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Atlantic Media and TV.
Wow! 20 million naira up for grabs! Oh my god!
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. The prize pool doubles from 10 million naira to a whopping 20 million naira. 10 million for the best in debate and 10 million for the best in quiz.
Wow, 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 wow. What can I say? It's been a display of intellect throughout all the schools that have been present here for the tiebreaker round for the Ogiame Atuwatse III intercollegiate quiz and debate competition. Wow! Wow, you have all done brilliantly well, and we're super proud of you. We're so excited for you, all the schools that have been present here. Talking about Delta Secondary School, let's applaud them. Nana College, celebrate them. We have Ubokodo Secondary School, Elevado School, and Wangwe College. You have come through nicely. My goodness, just the display going on there. It's a proof that we have amazing leaders and public speakers in our time and in our generation, and we are very excited for each and every one of you. Well done, well done, well done. So the moment has come where we get to reveal what the score sheets are saying right now. I know some people have fingers crossed, some people are sitting at the edge of their seats, adrenaline rush, hearts racing and pumping, butterflies in the tummy, kind of feeling anxiety and all of that's going on there. Should I build up the suspense or I should break it already? Let me break it just like we have to break the tie going on here. I'm your moderator. It's Rejoice Debekeme here, and it has been such an insightful and very eventful session we have had here. But we have to get to the score. So let's see how our teams have performed. Are you ready?
Yes, moderator.
Oh, that sounds like a down low, yes. Let me see if you're ready. Are you ready?
Yes, moderator.
Okay, drums rolling. Okay, so battling it out for the top 2 spots. We have had 5 schools, but only 2 are going to make it to round 2. And they've been debating for and against the motion, should indigenous languages be made compulsory in Nigerian schools? How do they perform? We have here for Delta Secondary School, they came through with 51 points. Nana Kolo of 45 points. Ugbokodo totaled at 42 points. Uwangwe came through with 46 points. And then we have finally Elevado coming through with 51 points. What does that mean? Does it mean we have a tie? No, not exactly. We need only 2 schools. And then just amazingly, they happen to be sharing the same scores right about now. So for Delta Secondary School and Elevado Schools, they have progressed to round 2. Let's celebrate them. We can do better than that. Better. Are you clapping? Wow, what a day. What an experience. What a tie-breaking round. If you ask me, it's been a historic moment going on here for all of us, especially for this particular topic that we have had. Talking about the local dialects going on there. I don't know if you speak from wherever it is that you're viewing or you're watching, but the truth is that we have to hold our cultural heritage because that's what we have. It's our own. Nobody's going to come defend it for us. So a little bit here and a little bit there. This is streaming live from Warri Delta State, Nigeria, and we have amazing languages and cultural heritage around here from this part of the world. Urabarado! Urabarado! Isokorado! Uyawado! Ishakiri Derewakia! Aizo!
Yeah.
Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha Iwo Kwedu! Cha-cha-cha-cha Iwo Kwedu! Delta Kwedu! Nigeria Kwezwedu! Well done! Well done. Congratulations to the 2 schools that are moving and joining the other 30 schools, making up 32 schools that are moving to round 2. For the debate competition, of course, we also have those that are going through for the quiz competition on there as well. We celebrate each and every one of you. And for those of you who didn't make it, don't have a downer moment. Don't feel some type of way like the world, you know, is coming to an end or anything like that. You have come through and you have stepped forth and you've showed forth what you've got on the inside. And we believe you have a whole lot on the inside of you. Unleash those potentials. Keep honing them, keep practicing, keep learning. And then, of course, your moment will come and you will shine through and be utmostly successful. Well done. Let's celebrate everyone again. On here for the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition, we don't have losers. We have winners, we have learners. And that's how we rock and roll. So for round 2, your energy is going to be more intense. Brace up for those of you who are going to the next round. Talking about the participants right about now, it's going to be more intense. All right, we're going to take it up another notch. So get prepared, get set, and get ready to deliver. So indeed, you can say, I came, I saw, and I conquered. That's the idea. 20 million naira is at stake, just in case you didn't know that. Okay, so we have 10 million naira for the winner for debate, and then we have 10 million naira for the winner for quiz. And if you're lucky to be a female, you have extra 2 million naira courtesy of the Root Gender Foundation. That's a total, a whooping sum of 22 million naira. Oh my God! Clap, 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 clap. Woo! That's indeed amazing. Oh my goodness. We're super proud of this initiative. We're grateful that it's powered by the Olu of Warri through the office of the sole representative of the Olu of Warri and liaison to NNPCL. And then of course we also have Korake Foundation and Rukotech Integrated Nigerian Services Limited. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to you, amazing audience, offline, online, on-site, who has been contributing with your likes, your comments. We want to see more of that coming through as well. And thank you to our distinguished, very distinguished and professional panel of judges. Can we celebrate them? Yes, indeed. They have done fantastically well. Thanks to our amazing audience and thanks to the brilliant minds that have been shining through. They're just representing a couple of them. We've had 64 schools that have been here battling it out intellectually, you know, from day one. And these are the representatives of all the other participants. So let's celebrate them. Celebrate them. Well done indeed. Okay, so for round 2, we're going to kick it off on the 24th of March this year, 2025. It's going to be bigger, better, and of course, very brilliant. It's been an amazing ride and journey, and thank you for doing this walk with us. Until next time, keep winning. I've been your moderator, Rejoice Debekeme, signing out. Adios.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition is proudly presented by the office of the sole representative of the Olu of Warri to the NNPCL in conjunction with Korake Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rukotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited, Gender Foundation, media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Kora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Udeoyokoro TV.
certain industry pictures in our mind, millions of their hard-earned money sending the media, as if we're nothing more than our challenges, as if we lack the creativity and the skills to propel our own continent forward. Yes, we have issues, but show me a continent that doesn't. We are more than our issues. For decades, the world has turned to certain types of development agencies to predict and chart the course of Africa, and to the Western media, who aren't even based here, to define who and what Africa is. However, their narratives perpetually infiltrate our very sense of self, both at home and abroad. When you work so closely with everyday people like I do at a community level, you come to see the pure gold in our people. Our people are resilient. Our people are joyful. Our people are light. And this is the Africa that we see.
Indeed pleased to be part of the new wave of change that is brewing in Africa as the scale of developmental strides sweep across the length and breadth of the continent is increasingly attracting global attention.
We see Africa not just as a continent, but as a force, a collective power that shapes nations, cultures, and individuals. They will see Africa.
The future is not a time zone that is yet to be revealed. The future is not a date on a calendar that is yet to be seen. The future is everything we can be but have not yet become. The future is everything we can do but have not yet done. What we are doing here is we are birthing and delivering the future. Why? Because the future is not ahead of us, the future is inside of us.
Africa is the continent of the rising sun, and of course, I believe this is a dawning of new era in Africa.
The truth of it is that you are following a script written before you were born by people you've never met in a context you don't understand to shape a future you will probably never experience. How then do we in this season lead for this moment?
Remove the darkness by appreciating what is ours. Remove the colonization that has plagued us for many years. And that's why when we tell our African story, that we came to the world the same way that they came to the world.
Now you say, oh, I'm from Nigeria. What would they say? Oh my God, I love the music.
I love Davido.
I love the clothes. I love the food. In Times Square now, the biggest restaurant in Times Square now is a Nigerian restaurant.
One, learn to leverage AI. Two, your job role is going to change. It is not that it's going to take your job. My heart is in Africa, and it will stay here because there are more than enough things that we can solve with our own solution.
We need a unified voice as Africans. We need a unified ideology as Africans. And when Africans meet, there should be the desire to synchronize the concepts of progress in Africa.
Let's understand the power of what we've got and harness that. How do we finance the very cottage and the basic of our industries?
The world is eager to be part of our emerging story. A network that doesn't bring value, it's just a gathering.
Even our education system is already flawed. Instead of teaching our kids technology, teaching them the proper ways of agriculture, we are still teaching them about the Canadian prairies.
You sort of think about, why do I sound Ghanaian? I'm African first before I'm anything.
If the reality of Africa is here, I think the perceptions generally are down here. And we need a lot of effort to close that gap.
Until we Africans that
can start seeing the importance of what? Showing our own content on even terrestrial TV, we will still be at this place.
For us as the government, every fiber of strength that we have, it is to serve our people. It's to be able to create opportunity for the youth, for the women, for the challenge in our environment, to be able to take them up, to be able to give them a space, to give them a voice, to give them an opportunity to excel. Because we know that in almost every African, there's an innovative mind, there's a creative mind, in culture, in arts, in all space of life, and that's what I believe Elevate Africa, it's all about.
And so I learned over time that it's not the loud and obvious battles that change the world, it's the quiet and persistent ones. Threads of Africa is one of those quiet and persistent ones. We're hoping that by elevating African fashion through this prize, that we will get fashion designers to begin to pave the way and take the stage truly on African fashion. We know that African fashion is already making some headlines. We're just contributing to the discussion. We're lending our voice to the discussion through the Threads of Africa prize.
That without peace, there can be no sustainable developments. Therefore, we need to synthesize our people to embrace peace and focus on issues that unite rather than divide us. We need a united voice to promote Africa. The time to tell our story is now, and it is already beginning with Elevate Africa.
The time is now. The day is here. God's DNA is in us. We bless the African man on the mother continent and all over the world with new lenses, with new insight, with new innovation, and with solutions. Tonight, we bury the parts of the old that no longer serve us nor our vision well in this time. And in its place, we embrace the new and we receive it with gladness, with gratitude, and with thanksgiving. I bless all of you with capacity. Before God blesses us with the ability to change this world, I first of all bless all of you with the capacity to receive it well, so you can be effective transformers from this continent. And so I bless you with the spiritual, mental, intellectual ability, capacity, and infrastructure to truly elevate the people and continent of Africa. Africa, be fruitful and prosper. God bless you all.
Some of you may already know my story, but 27 years ago, I was an undergraduate in the university in Lagos. I had 15,000 naira, and I started a small micro business. That small micro business was just going from house to house, making up for people who were getting married. There was a problem, I found a solution. The problem was people who were getting married wanted to be beautiful. They wanted to be beautified. They wanted someone who would take the responsibility to do so. That was a gap. I found the solution. My skill, my hand, my fingers, my brushes, my brown powder, as they would call it, my lipstick, my blusher, and I went from house to house. When I started 27 years ago, nobody else in Nigeria was doing it as a business. So that young girl, an undergraduate, started something small. But that seed grew, and it grew because I was consistent. And with my consistency, I was also excellent in what I was doing. As I was doing it excellently, opportunities began to grow. So from that small, tiny 15,000 business doing makeup, it grew from that to a retail chain of stores. How many people have heard of House of Tara in the room?
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
Hello, and welcome. Oh my goodness, we're so excited to be back on here at Atlantic Media and TV. Thank you for checking in and for tuning in. Welcome on board to the debate edition, the knockout stage of the Ogiame Atuwatse III intercollegiate quiz. My goodness, and we can't wait to begin. Rejoice, Debekeme. Just before prestigious competition, it's very important that we give honor to whom honor is due. Right now, we would like to give a very happy birthday shout out to a revered leader, one full of grace, full of passion, full of vision, dignity, excellence, talking about His Majesty, the Ogiame Atuwatse III. The organizers, me, myself, every other person behind or in front of the camera. Oh.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III intercollegiate quiz and debate competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Udeoyokoro TV.
Don't miss out on exciting news, events, and more. Stay connected by following us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Atlantic Media and TV.
Atlantic TV. Culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Today we are going to be looking at a very short and insightful experience. I'll call it just an insight into the banking. You can say an insight into banking space. So banking has been one of the major career choices that has lasted for a very long time now. If you begin to count whereby people decide to choose, what do you want to become? You hear them say doctors, engineering, bankers, you hear pharmacists, and the likes. Unlike today where we have people going into robotics, coding, people saying, I want to be into technology, or I want to be social media, or I just want to be a public speaker, I want to be a commentator. And also, banking has actually stood the test of time in terms of career choices. And then today we'll have the opportunity to go through what the banking system entails. It goes more than just depositing and withdrawing money. Okay, I'll just consider this a rare opportunity. I'll have to just thank the collaborators and then the sponsors of this show before I begin shortly. Now, what is banking? Now, a banking career refers to any position within the banking industry. And then what we are going to look at today is how the banking industry works, and then some of the tips and how you'll be able to choose a career in banking. Now, I just quickly want to note if there are anybody who wants to be a banker in the house, if you want to go into banking, can you just wave your hand so that we'll know? Okay, that's very wonderful. So I would just encourage you to just listen attentively. You might learn a thing or two from this exposition. Now, if you're looking into a banking job, it is important that you understand the pros and cons in the banking industry, and then the career paths that are also available to you. Today we will explore what banking careers entails, the reason to pursue one, and then the primary types of banking jobs, and then the steps you have to take to start a career in banking. Now, the common careers, they include what we call the bank tellers, the accountants, the trust, investment bankers, and we have what they also call the bank administrators. Now, a career in banking is something that individuals want to pursue, and then some positions don't even require higher educations. Now, it's considered a service industry. It means that you just have to have two things, basically. That's you have to be honest and you have to be trustworthy. People have to rely on you to make their banking decisions for them. You have to be somebody that is honest, and you have to be somebody that they can trust. If you are not honest, and then if you are not trustworthy, I would just advise you to just keep out of the banking space, because it involves a lot of transactions that require your confidentiality, and then you also have to maintain your integrity as the person and out of the company that you represent. Now, I would tell you my own personal experience of why I wanted to become a banker, but I'll just try and give you a short version of it. Now, there are so many reasons people want to pursue money, but mine personally was I like money. And one thing with this generation is that for so long we've actually ignored what financial literacy actually means, and how we handle money and how our forefathers handled money are quite different. I was somebody that was inquisitive enough to ask the tough questions. Okay, why are we having these conversations about money? And then why don't we have enough money? And why is it that my grandfather would always boast and say, 100 naira was enough for me to buy this farmland, and then you now see 100 naira today will not buy you a pack of Tom Tom. So I had this inquisition, and then I decided to pursue a career in banking. There are other reasons that, of course, I will also tell you. There is money in banking, and then it has competitive salaries. You have great job benefits, which include medical insurance, paid annual leave, and the likes. And then you have a wide range of positions. In banking, you have people that are into accounting, relationship management, and then you just have the tellers. You have people that are into asset and management, as the likes of investment banking. And then you also have a good working condition. And then you also have career development opportunities. So I'll just take a few of them and just throw light on them. So you'll probably be able to picture what aspect of banking you'd actually like to partake in. We have the bank tellers, and then we have the financial clerks. So for bank telling or bank tellers, they are just your front-end officers that their major functions is just to take, receive cash, perform transfers over the counter, and then it's just the basics. Then we have your financial officers who do more than just maintain your transactions. Then we have the ones that are called investment banking, whereby you have them telling you what kind of investments you would want to be interested in, and then what this investment entails, what your risk appetite is. And then they will do a personal assessment of you or the company that you represent and tell you, okay, fine. If you want these returns annually, you do this, you do that. And then we have the auditors, which are the ones that actually look into the books of the banks and then ensure that they are compliant. And then we also have the accountants, which are the ones that you popularly refer to as your account officers. And then we have the commercial banking officers. These ones, basically what they do is they go for the big fish. What I mean is they attend to the banking needs of big companies. Then we have credit analysts. These are the ones that would tell you if you are credit worthy or not, if you want a loan, and then how you can secure one, and they'll be able to analyze the risks and then what it ends and what the loans, and explain the pros and the cons for it. Then we have the bank compliance officers, which ensures that our regulators, such as the CBN, our processes are compliant. And then we also have the marketing managers, which I happen to be one of them. Then we have the trust officers. These people are, just as the name implies, they do these trust funds and then also hedge funds. Then we have the banking operations and then the banking human resources. Banking operations are just like the back office staffs that what they do, they just monitor these transactions and see that they are done accurately, because in the bank there's no room for errors, because 1 zeros can actually make the difference. Now we have the brokers and then the financial advisors. For the brokers, it's quite easy. What they do is they are like a brokerage firm. Like a brokerage firm, what they do is to mediate between two transactions and then two companies. Then we have also the financial advisors, system analysts, wealth management, loan officers, and etc., etc. Now, for all these that I've listed, there are some major ones that are key in the banking industries. We have, if you go into the marketing space, whereby you have retail banking, you have SME, commercial banking, and then we have platinum banking as the major ones. Now, if you want to be an accountant or you want to be in the banking space, I've actually given you a wide range, but as we go further, we'll be able to narrow down into what you actually want. So it actually depends on what you want and then what your skill strengths are. Now, I'll go straight into the steps to start a banking career. First of all, you have to obtain a degree. Means that you have to go to school, you have to do the work. And then, second of all, you have to work on your banking skills. Like I said, if you are somebody that is not honest, if you are somebody that is not trustworthy, you can't be in banking. You have to be able to exhibit the attitude of honesty and trustworthiness. Then you have to be able to network with individuals and then who are established in the banking industry. Now, if you want to be a banker, you want to pick a mentor in banking, and then you also want to work closely with your mentor, and then choose what kind of bank setting that you want. If you want to be in the retail space, you want to be in the credit space, commercial space, the investment banking, and then if you also want to be in the federal institutions such as CBN. Now, the other steps is for you to apply for a loan, and then you also consider a higher education. Now, I will round up by saying the tips for choosing a banking career. First of all, you determine what you are good at, then you decide what specialty you want. Specialties are the accounting, the insurance, sales, financial advising, and then corporate banking. And then the final one I will say is, if you want to be in banking, banking offers these internship programs, popularly known as these ITs. You can say, okay, fine, for this particular period, 6 months to 1 year, let me even see what the banking space looks like. You can just apply for an internship positions and then see what your strengths and your weaknesses in the actual jobs. It gives you a sense of belonging. It gives you a sense of your own responsibility when you actually become a banker. So that will be my time. Thank you very much.
Put
Thank
your
you
hands together for him.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different. The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Udeoyokoro TV.
Alright, my name is Desoka, the comedy catalyst of one of Nigerian comedy.
Alright guys, back again, yes boss, my name is Osh Baby.
Ogiame Atuwatse.
Yeah, what up people, it's your boy Victor Edi.
Girl Niniola.
My name is my wife, Tanja Celebrity type man.
My papa say, who won't carry cow, waka go, waka follow the cow. I know the life for you.
I see you know you're watching the Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Atlantic TV.
Informative, educative, interesting, entertaining.
Worldwide, international.
Don't go anywhere or I'll catch you.
Don't touch that die. Atlantic TV. Boom. Atlantic TV. We wanna party.
Atlantic TV. Culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Your future is in your hand as a student, not in the hands of your parents, teacher, or anybody. Do not allow anybody to tell you that education is scam.
The vision of the future of the world started in 2002. Our vision is to build a world where every child is inspired to pursue their passion, reach their full potential, and contribute meaningfully to their community. Empower the world child to embrace their unique personalities and temperaments, fostering a future of self-discovery, personal growth, and positive change.
You see, you cannot put yourself as a parent in the child. The child has to develop, find out what he or she likes most.
You can be absolutely anything you want to be, whether you are a male, whether you're a female.
The friends you keep matters a lot.
So you might be addicted, that is a fact. The truth, can you leave that addiction? That is the truth.
Through the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri and
the Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and of course my esteemed audience out there, you're very welcome to the second round, the debate edition, the knockout stage of the Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition. I'm your host and moderator. My name is Rejoice Debekeme. We're super pumped and super excited to be here right about now. We have lots of schools who have prepared, who are ready to unleash the brilliance on the inside of them. But first of all, I'd like to say welcome everyone. Let's celebrate ourselves. It's good to see you. So yes, indeed, today we're embarking on a journey, an intellectual battle. As a matter of fact, only the sharpest minds, only the very eloquent ones, you know, and those who are coming through with their powerhouse arguments are going through to the next stage, are going to be victorious on the other side, and we're going to find out who exactly they are. But just before we begin, let's find out the schools who are lined up for today, the prestigious schools that we have, the heart of this competition. In no particular order, we have Delta Secondary School. We also have International Unity School. Up next, we have Federal Government College. We have Harvard Schools. We have Bench Hill Schools. We have Don Domingos, Cambridge International School, Erejua Grammar School, Elevado Schools, Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School, and finally Christ the Redeemer Prime Seed College. Woo! We are pumped up and we are excited to have everyone on here. Okay, just before we proceed for the competition, you know we have to introduce those with the wisdom. Those that are going to be looking at every move, at poise, at carriage, at communication, and everything that the debaters are going to be spilling out, talking about our distinguished judges. They are here, seated nicely, very professional, ready to rock and roll. All right, first off, we have our chief judge. She's a veteran broadcaster, retired, but like I always say, not tired. Mrs. Achukorogu. We can do better than that. We also have a seasoned, amazing business administrator. He is the only man amongst the women on here. He is Comrade Ajay Ajaronkare. We also have a business mogul extraordinaire. She is an amazing personality. She is Mrs. Jane Ibiai Samuel. Wow. Okay, now it's time for us to hear from our judges some of the debate rules before we have our lead speakers and of course our support speakers take the stage. Judges, over to you.
The debate rules: no use of mobile phones. Cheating leads to immediate disqualification. Decorum for all participants and teachers. Speakers must present well-structured arguments with logical reasoning and supporting evidence. Interruption of an opponent is not allowed. All participants will get a total of 9 minutes per team. 6 minutes for lead speaker and 3 minutes for supporting speaker. A countdown will begin 1 minute before the stop. Exceeding the time limit leads to deduction of marks. Judges are only expected to give their remark after each session along score points. Participants will be judged based on content delivery, public speaking and presentation skills, confidence, clarity and accuracy, neatness, time management, the use of offensive language, personal attacks or unverified claims may lead to disqualification or score deduction. Audience are only permitted to cheer after the presentation is concluded or indicated by the moderator. This is to avoid distraction to participants. Decisions made by the judging panel are final and cannot be contested. Thank you.
Let's celebrate our esteemed judges. We're super excited to have them on board. Okay, now let's begin the battle of words. So you have two schools that are represented here. We have school going head to head up against International Unity School. May the best school win. Now let's make welcome the lead speaker from Delta Secondary School.
A school is a place of learning discipline, and it enhances intellectual growth. Yet, mobile phone has become a dangerous threat to this purpose. They are weapons of distraction, fueling academic failure, cyberbullying, and examination malpractice. How can we build a generation of focused and disciplined leaders when our students are lost in the world of TikTok and WhatsApp during lessons? Before I proceed, permit me to give honor to who honor is due. Good day, my moderator, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, ladies and gentlemen. I am Onoweremu Ewoma Victory, and I represent Delta Secondary School Warri. I stand before you today to propose the motion which says, should Nigerian school ban mobile phone from students? Mobile phones are tools of communication that we carry alongside with us, either to make or receive call and for different purposes. Mobile phones should be banned in school. Firstly, when allowed, cause distraction from learning. Students no longer pay attention to what is being taught in class. Rather, their attention is on their phone, thereby leading to poor academic performance and low productivity. Instead of learning, they are more concerned about their gadgets. In most schools today, where mobile phones are allowed, students spend time watching online films, playing online games, gambling, and belting. Then how can all this enhance effective studies? Also, even the researchers with the students, they claim they use the phone for in school, they get exposed to inappropriate content like different pornography sites that are not healthy for their mental well-being, and this leads to the various moral decadence in our society today, like prostitution, drug abuse, among many others. It is vital to know that schools have made available more well-equipped library for research purposes, so mobile phones should be banned in school. Another negative impact of the use of mobile phone in school is cyberbullying, a situation where students are more focused on cyber harassment and online bullying on their fellow classmates and even their teachers, thereby leading to a wastage of precious time and resources which they would have used to enhance their academic pursuits. It leads to a lack of self-confidence, lack of self-esteem, emotional depression on the affected victim. So mobile phones should not be allowed anywhere close to the students in school. Furthermore, allowing the use of mobile phone in school leads to a dependency on various social media apps and sites like Google, ChatGPT, Meta AI, etc., which invariably leads to examination malpractice. Why? Because the students are not adequately prepared to sit for the examination on their own. A typical example is a situation where a simple classwork or an assessment is given to the students, which they ought to do on their own, but due to their total dependency on all these sites and apps, make them rely on them for the answers and solutions, thereby resulting to laxity on their own part as students. Today, students no longer study. They no longer figure out things for themselves through sheer hard work. They no longer put their 14 billion cells in their brain into tests. Is this the kind of generation we want to raise? Is this the kind of generation we want to build? I know the answer going through your mind is no. So mobile phones should be banned in Nigeria's school. In the same vein, allowing the use of mobile phone in school leads to mobile phone addiction. Statistics have shown that students spend more time in school than their homes. So not restricting the use of mobile phone in school leads to addiction that is not healthy for the students' well-being, and it affects our studying and learning in our schools. Over the years, the usage of mobile phone in school has caused a lot of disruption to our academic activities and school program. In 2019, a case was recorded in a polytechnic in Ibadan where the school authority confiscated over 1,000 phones from students who were using it for cheating during an examination. In 2023 also, an incident occurred where a student reported the classmate for using mobile phone during an examination, thereby leading to a physical combat between the two students and leading the accused a demotion from 300 level to 100 level to serve as a warning major to others. Not too long ago in 2024, in Ajayi Crowther University in Oyo State, a student was beaten to death over the fact that he was accused of stealing his classmate's mobile phone. Have all this not caused a lot of harm, then good to our students and even to our schools? Do we want to fold our hands and let all this continue right under our nose? Ladies and gentlemen, the facts speak for themselves. Allowing the use of mobile phone in school are eroding discipline, encouraging examination malpractice, and fueling academic failure. Education is the foundation of our future, and we cannot afford to let it crumble under the weight or influence of social media notification and online bullying. In conclusion, if we truly want a focused, disciplined, and academically sound students, the solution is simple. Ban mobile phone in Nigeria's schools. Let us choose education over entertainment, discipline over disorder, and focus over distraction. The future of our students, I say, the future of our students and our nation, Nigeria, depends on this. Thank you.
Brilliant, beautiful way to kick off the competition for us here. That's the lead speaker from Delta Secondary School. Now let's make welcome the lead speaker from International Unity School.
Good day, His Royal Majesty, the Ogiame Atuwatse III, impartial panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, moderator, online viewers, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am Ms. Korede Ayade, a student of the International Unity School, Ejabawari, and I am here to oppose the motion. Should Nigerian schools ban mobile phones for students? Let me begin by briefly giving context to the terms school, student, and mobile phones. By definition, a school is an establishment that offers structured and specialized instructions. Similarly, a student is a person enrolled in a school. On the other hand, a mobile phone is a portable device for connecting to a telecommunications network in order to receive and transmit voice, video, and other data. If we holistically look at these concepts as defined, it will be clear that mobile phones do not primarily cause any damage to students, nor was its invention intended to pose a danger. In the words of Dr. Mans Moreau, a foremost author, when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable. It is an indisputable fact that anything whose purpose is not fully known can be abused, including things that were originally designed to benefit mankind, like medicine, television, food, and even children. So we hear of child abuse. Should these things be banned because they've obviously been abused? Should childbearing be banned because children are being abused? Okay, have Nigerian schools also considered banning peer relationships, especially male and female relationships, knowing that this obviously derails students from their studies? If these things are not being considered for banning, why then is there a fixation on mobile phones? I need an answer to this. Secondly, if my opponent believes mobile phones are primary distractions to students and so should be banned, then I beg to differ. The real problem of Nigerian students is indiscipline. Indiscipline can be defined as a lack of control of the mind. You can't blame that on mobile phones. Indiscipline among students predates the advent of mobile phones, and this could be seen in how teachers of then employed excessive use of cane to enforce discipline. Note, these students had many distractions. These students also failed, yet they had no phones. So what was it that distracted them? In addition, a mobile phone in the hand of a well-disciplined and responsible student will be used to enhance students' academic excellence through access to limitless learning resources, which prepares them for a future driven by technology and digital. What Nigerian schools should be focused on is ensuring systems that, what Nigerian schools should focus on is designing systems that ensure discipline and regulate behavior. Set strict policies that balance digital access and discipline. Nigerian schools do not ban mobile phones. This is backward. It is similar to taking one step forward and 3 steps back. Let me also point out that to every disruptive and deviant behavior my opponents may have attributed to students' use of mobile phones, like bullying, addiction, malpractice, and so on, hold no water, because these vices have been there even before mobile phones came into Nigeria. These vices are an indictment on the failure of families, schools, and the society at large, not mobile phones. In fact, the Holy Bible makes it clear: train up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. Mobile phones do not change students. Rather, untrained and unguided students misuse them. Therefore, spare me the blame on mobile phones and fix the real monster. Moreover, Nigerian schools can seize the advantage mobile phones offer, considering most tertiary institutions and some secondary institutions are now adopting online and distance learning. One instance can be seen in the launch of the National Open University of Nigeria in 2002. This, of course, is facilitated by mobile technology, in which phones are central. As of 2021, the National Open University recorded a student enrollment of 165,199 from all over the country. In the same vein, as at May 2024, the university matriculated over 28,000 students, over 21,000 being undergraduates, and 7,460 for postgraduates. All these you can verify by a simple Google search. Another instance can be seen in the year 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic struck and presented numerous challenges to our educational sector. Mobile phones played a vital role in ensuring continuity of learning. Learning apps like ULesson, the Khan Academy, and online teaching proved to be very efficient and essential to students at that time. Mobile phone is a device that makes all these laudable achievements possible. Proposing a ban would simply take us back to the Stone Age. Besides, all these things, mobile schools can adopt the use of mobile phones to foster interactive learning and research, to aid specialized training and learning instructions for students. And lastly, I hope my opponents.
Thank you there to the lead school. We have heard the lead speaker from Delta Secondary School as well. Have they been able to convince you? Well, we're going to find out in a little bit. Let's go for a quick break. When we return, we're going to find out how the supporting speakers are going to solidify their different motions. Stay with us.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ogeoyokoro TV.
Parents, can I say to all of us, I'm a father of 3, let us be parents indeed. Let us be parents indeed. Being a parent is not just about providing the basic amenities that the children need, because if you talk to parents here now, the first thing that they will tell you is that I'm trying to find money so that I can provide the basic amenities for my children. You know, I can feed them, I can clothe them, I can make sure that everything that they need, they can go to school and all that. But it is much more than that. Parents, these children that we are, hustling for now, that we're working for children that we're working towards, they need your presence. Your presence doesn't mean that you are just available. Your presence means that you are concerned with what is happening to them. Your presence means that when it's open day in school, you are calling in open day to hear what the teachers are saying about your children. When it's open day in school, you hear what is happening, you go there, you are present for the children so that they know that my father is not just providing for me, but he's providing and making sure that everything that I need, including physical, spiritual, and otherwise, is also provided. So I'm saying this to parents, please be present for our children. The absence of parents in the bid to look for money, having multiple jobs, going out and leaving your children, is what is causing the vices in the society that we're seeing today. I'm glad I'm seeing stakeholders here. And if you ask these stakeholders, the NDLA, for example, I can tell that the children who are involved in all these vices that we're saying, one of the major problems we see is that it's from the family background. And if you check very well, it's because we do not have present parents. All right, let me move to the third phase now, which is on.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Don't miss out on exciting news, events, and more. Stay connected by following us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Atlantic Media and TV.
Hi, and we're back like we never left. I'm your moderators, Rejoice Devekeme here, and we have 32 schools for round 2 that are battling it out intellectually to get to the next round. And right now we already have our first session in progress. It's the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. We've heard from the lead speakers from International Unity School and Delta Secondary School. Now it's time for us to hear from the support speakers who's going to strengthen their team's position. Let's make welcome the supporting speaker from Delta Secondary School.
Still presenting Delta Secondary School. I am Alubakar Marashi, and I stand firmly to propose the motion which says, should Nigerian schools ban mobile phones from students? Yes. Imagine a classroom where students are supposed to be learning, but instead their attention is being stolen away by WhatsApp messages, TikTok videos, and online games. The teacher speaks, yet students are glued to their screens. Are we actually educating students or raising a generation of digital addicts? My moderator, panel of judges, my esteemed opponents, and the audience, schools are for learning, not for social media scrolling or entertainment. Reminding you that mobile phone encourages cheating in exams. Mobile phone makes it easier for students to engage in examination malpractice. Many hide phones in their pockets or socks to search for answers during exams. In the 2023 WAEC examination, several students were caught using phones. If we allow these acts to continue, we'll be raising a generation that values shortcuts over hard work. Furthermore, mobile phone encourages cyberbullying and mental health issues. Mobile phone exposes students to cyberbullying, online scams, and inappropriate content. A single embarrassing video can be recorded and spread online instantly, hereby causing humiliation and depression. A Nigerian student recently dropped out of school due to from classmates who shared an embarrassing video online. It's shocking to know that mobile phone has destroyed the minds of millions of Nigerian students. And the mobile phone destroys discipline and school culture. Top performing schools like the mother of the Redeemer Secondary School and also universities like Maduna University and Covenant University enforce strict bans on mobile phone. And these schools and universities perform excellently well. Why? Because they are focused on learning, not distraction. If these schools and universities can succeed without phones, why can't other schools? My opponent said that mobile phone aids research, but schools already have libraries and computers. It also say that mobile phone helps students to communicate with their parents, but schools have official phone lines in the case of emergency. Even developed countries like China and France have banned phones in schools. If these countries acknowledges the harm, why shouldn't we? In conclusion, a school without focus is a school without a future. Mobile phone distracts students, encourages cheating, fuels cyberbullying, and weakens discipline. If we truly care about education, we must take action now. So I ask you, my dear parents and teachers, should we continue allowing mobile phones to destroy learning, or should we ban them to save the future of our children, to save the future of our students, and to save the future of education in Nigeria? This I leave to you to think about. Thank you.
We've just heard from the support speaker there from Delta Secondary School. Now the floor is yours, the support speaker from International Unity School.
Good
day, His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwatse III, Oluwafori, impartial panel of judges, my moderator, worthy opponents, online viewers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ogiame Atuwatse, student of International Unity School at Jabawari. I'm here to strengthen our argument on the motion. Should Nigerian schools ban mobile phones for students? Upon further reflection, many Nigerian schools lack good and sufficient and quality textbooks, good ICT facilities, and functioning libraries, some with outdated books. Mobile phones will be a game changer here, giving access to verified e-books, online courses, and resource materials, also developing in students digital literacy and digital responsibility. Secondly, students with special needs like dyslexia struggle with reading, but text-to-speech apps which read words aloud while they follow along help them improve. Visual learners also grasp concepts better with the aid of images. Should we deny students with such needs the tools that help them learn? Now, imagine a student stranded with no way to call home. Banning phones removes that lifeline. Safety apps like Be Safe or Find My Kids enable students alert their guardians in case of emergencies, especially those walking alone to and from school. On a similar note, safety is a serious concern as Nigeria isn't a very safe place. Students face risks like kidnappings, accidents, and school violence. In such emergencies, shouldn't they have a way to call for help? Please, let's cast our minds back to the cases of students that have lost their lives due to bullying or certain conditions. If these students had phones, they would have been able to call for help and report to their parents immediately, privately, and directly. My opponent made mention of cyberbullying. One bad apple doesn't spoil the whole bunch. If you're telling me about cyberbullying, what about the innocent students that actually use these things for educational purposes? These students need it for digital learning. So are you telling me that we should ban phones because of that reason? No. If we're banning phones because of this, we should also ban tablets, laptops, because you can still use them for the same purpose, this harmful cyberbullying. You're telling me about Covenant University. Do you know that Covenant University also uses tablets? The same things phones do. Tablets do it. They have limited access to Wi-Fi. These same things are what the phone is doing for us. The tablets are doing it for them. Also made mention of examination malpractice. Do we know that students write on their laps to go to exam hall, write with paper, carry paper to the exam hall? It's not phone that's the problem. Please. In conclusion, banning phones is an out of touch and lazy solution that ignores the reality of the real world as a global village. Please, Nigerian schools can instead do the following. Set strict yet appropriate policies that balances discipline and digital access. Restrict phone usage during certain activities, although allowing it for learning. And have an open discussion on phone uses in schools. Please, that is all we need to do. Mobile phones don't need to be banned. Thank you.
What an electrifying debate we've had there already for the session there for International Unity School versus Delta Secondary School. We've heard from the lead speakers, we've heard from the support speakers, and what's at stake? 10 million naira. Who is going to move to the next round, because this is a knockout stage? We're going to find out in a little bit, and I'm sure that the hearts are pumping and adrenaline rush, you know, is moving all around us there going on. But just calm down and breathe. There's no cause for alarm. Everything is under control. Everybody breathe, breathe, breathe. I'm your moderators, Rejoice Debekebe here. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we're going to get feedback from our judges, and we're going to see what the score sheets are saying. Stay close.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Teachers, away. Teachers, away. I'm sure as I spoke about parents, many of you will agree with me because you know that many of the challenges you have in teaching and in the schooling environment comes from the home background, right? Now I've talked to the parents to be available, to be present, to make sure that when you are doing the needful to correct these children, they are also addressing that learning. Because I've seen and I've heard of situations where teachers correct parents and parents go there and say, you correct my child, you do this, and I will make sure I deal with you. Therefore, enforcing the bad behavior in that child. But then teachers also, you have a role to play. You do have a role to play. Aside the home environment, the next place where the child learns everything that they need for the future that we are looking at today is the school. My children, when I tell them what to do, many times where the argument comes from is not from what mommy said, it is what my teacher said. I said, don't do this thing like this. He don't say, no. My teacher said that this is how. So I'm saying that to say that you have a very pivotal role to play in this future that we're talking about. And it is now because these children believe in you, these children see their future in you, and it is what you impact in them that they take into the future. I know that many things are not in place. I agree. We've spoken to the government. Thank God for big programs like this where we'll come here and emphasize on the things that needs to be done, making sure that not just the students are rewarded for exceptional behavior, teachers also are rewarded. Let us leave the time when the teachers' reward is in heaven, right? The teachers' reward should also be here. The government should do all of those. But then, when they do all of those, remember that the future of our nation, not just the future of these children, the future of our nation is in your hands as teachers. Because if these children will be good children, it will be dependent on how you train them up today as good children. If Nigeria will have a bad future, it will be dependent in your hand. So I want to say this to teachers in wrapping up, that you must not just teach because I finish school and they look for work and not get work. Teaching slots come and they give me teaching slot. And you go there and do it like it is not my business. I just say to them, when months end, they will pay me my money. If I get better work, I will come out for this work. No! It is not more beyond that. Life does not just happen. You are here for a reason. And because you are here now and you have, that sphere of empowering the future of our nation, you must take it as a responsibility. You must take it as a responsibility. I am what I am today as a result of one Mr. Frank Ango. I will never forget. He used to have a lesson in the normal lesson. I was a very stubborn child growing up. But that guy took me, my mom put me in his lesson because I was preparing for primary 6 exams. And normally people that go to that lesson, the guy has a way of being able to deliver. So my mom took me there, and beyond teaching, he made sure he cultured me. So I'm saying this to teachers, that your role goes beyond teaching. You are preparing a life for the future. And that is a very big responsibility. You need God to help you. You need to also put your mind. If you do it anyhow in taking care of other people's own, who will take care of your own? Bible says if you are unfaithful in another man's, who will give you your own? So if you want your own to be good, you want the future to be good, teachers, your role in this is to make sure that you do this in love. And if you are doing it in love, there are many other things that will come in that line.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined, uniquely different. The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
Okay, it's now time for us to find out some constructive feedback from our judges on what exactly they think or they feel about the performance and presentations from our different participants and debaters from the different schools here today. But just before that happens, let me find out how our debaters are doing. How are you girls? Who runs the world? Girls, are you still excited? Why is everybody quiet all of a sudden? What's going on? There's a lot of tension in the room. We have 2 million from Root Gender Foundation for the best female participant. Just in case you didn't know that, now you're aware or informed. And we're rooting for each and every one of you. And interestingly, today is such a special day, especially for us here for the debate, because it's the birthday of the King, our dearly beloved King. Let's celebrate. Wow. Yes, His Majesty Ogiame Atuwatse III CFR, the Olu of Warri. It's his birthday today. And then, of course, it'd be nice for us to give a beautiful shout out. We want to do that? I think we can do that. So let's start with Delta Secondary School. Yes.
A great shout out to the Olu of Warri, the Ogiame Atuwatse III, the Olu of wishing you a happy birthday, long life and prosperity, more wisdom, and also want to use this medium to thank you for bringing such a competition to us. It has also affected my life positively, as well as my friend and also our school positively.
We love you. Happy birthday, Your Highness.
Wonderful. All righty then. Now from International Unity School, let's hear their shout out.
I want to use this medium to wish the Ogiame Atuwatse III Olu of Warri a very happy birthday, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this debate. Long live the King.
Okay, we like. Happy birthday to our King. Now it's time for us to get the feedback, constructive feedback from our judges on how the participants fared. Over to you, judges.
Thank you very much. It's not very good time out here. I'm sure the break we, gave them to really go and reinforce. After all, an intellectual crown is a 10 million naira is awaiting whoever will hear the and we listen to all the speakers very well. And somebody said, before now, some persons failed and there were some lapses in the system. Is it because of phones? Is it because of social media? The indiscipline thing has been there. So, but again, it's a matter of opinion. The school is not a social media jamboree. So we've heard all of these. And of course, like I said, it's been quite, persuasive and, of course, entertaining as well. Thank you for putting out such a performance. God bless you.
Wow. What a way to kickstart the debate session. It's really insightful for both schools, having them come up with their different points. Fine, we may have our bias here and there concerning phones being banned. That being said, I enjoy the way Delta Secondary School transition, first speaker transitioning from one point to another and practically carrying us along and buying into our points. Also, when you have a good speaker and you have your supporting speaker coming up with, like, she was really urgent to come and say a bit. It was really good. Then for IUS, your opening statement concerning about when the purpose of a thing not being known, abuse is inevitable. That's very true, and it got me thinking and gave me some questions that I need to answer myself later. And your supporting speaker did a very good job too. Thank you for coming.
I think this topic is meant not only for students but to everyone around. Should Nigerian schools ban mobile phones for students? Should, Nigeria ban mobile phones for everyone? That should be the topic, because I would say I'm biased here talking about phones, and I tried as much as possible to listen to each of the schools' point, especially for those who were for it, to really give me an essence of why we should have phones. It's affecting my home, where you do not see your partner to talk with again because you're on the phone 18 to 20 hours. That's 24 hours, or 4 hours is for sleep. And most times you don't even sleep well, any longer. Well, anyway, this is a topic for you students, and I am already biased, I will say it. But what I listened to was the point, the ability to convince me why students should have phone. Now, I'd like to say this, even though it's personal. I didn't allow my children use phone until they were out of secondary school, and I knew the reason why. It is distracting. I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay. The judges have come through with their final verdict. They have analyzed the different points, argument points, presence, composure, public speaking skills, and everything else in between. Now it's time for us to find out who is moving to the next stage and who is not, because this is the knockout stage for the second round debate session for the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. Wow, this is the part where it's not easy to make announcements like this, but what are we going to do? We have to make it anyway, okay? Alrighty then, so we have for International Unity School, they came through with a total of 41 points. Brilliant, beautiful. And then we have for Delta Secondary School coming through with a total of 43 points. Oh my, what a close one going on there. If you ask me, they did brilliantly well, but of course we just have 2 points apart for Delta Secondary School, who are now powering through victoriously to the next round. Congratulations. And of course to International Unity School, you did very, very well. Let's celebrate them as well. They did fantastic. Phenomenal, okay? Alrighty then, there we have it for Delta Secondary School versus International Unity School. That's our first session. We have 12 schools lined up for today for the debate competition, the knockout stage. Coming up right after the break, we have Federal Government College versus Harvest Schools. Are you going to stay with us? I know you are. Stay with us.
I have here empowering adolescents for sustainable future. Empowering adolescent for a sustainable future. Who is an adolescent? You, right? So, according to the dictionary, it is a transitional phase of growth and development between childhood and adulthood. While the WHO defines it as any person between the ages of 10 and 19. The word adolescent is used to describe young people who are no longer children, but who have not yet become adults. Adolescent is also called a teen age. which is the stage which you people are now. Now, one thing that can affect an adolescent from achieving a sustainable, bright future is what? Is drug. Like Ifemena said, if you can think it, you can achieve it. And if you are into drugs and the brain is affected, can you still do anything? No. And so, drug has hindered so many people's dream. It is something you should not toy with. You may think that when you start it, you'll be able to stop it. No. Once you are hooked, coming out becomes very, very difficult. This is something we see often at time. We see them practically. It is easier to start, but pulling out becomes very difficult. So what I tell students is, flee from drugs. You don't run away, flee from it. Flee from it. If you're in a gathering where they are discussing drugs, and you know you cannot change it, and you know you don't have a say, you cannot do anything, just take a step away from there. Disengage from that gathering. Please, next slide. To continue, say drug abuse can significantly hinder an adolescent's ability to achieving a sustainable future in several ways. One is the physical health. Like I said earlier on, it can cause brain damage. Psychologically, it can give you low self-esteem. And socially, it strains relationships. That is, it separates you from friends and family. While economically, it makes you a burden to yourself and to everyone around you. So what is drug? We all know what is drug. I believe you must have been taught in your school. What is drug? So to everyone, it means different things. But for this gathering, it said the term drug is a broad word that has no single or specific definition. Its meaning changes with time and from place to place. It could mean different things to different people. If you go to the streets and ask, what is drug? Some people will tell you it's medicine. Are they correct? Yes. Drug, it's a medicine. Depends on how you see it, on how you take it. So, it said decades ago, the only known drugs of abuse were tobacco, alcohol, and cannabis, which is marijuana. But today, opiates and other substances have gradually joined the list. Yes, when we were growing up, we only know of tobacco and alcohol. But these days, even as an officer, there are some drugs I don't know. Because every day, new drugs keeps emerging. So drug, for the context of this, like say, drug for us, this is how we define drugs. It's any chemical substance. It could be natural or synthetic, which when taken into the body by whatsoever means, sniffing, it could be through sniffing, inhaling, smoking, and it changes the way the body functions and also the behavior of user, which could be physical or psychological, or both. Now, talking about the stages of drugs. We have 4 stages of drugs. We have the experimentation stage, the occasional stage, the regular stage, and the dependency stage. As the name implies, experimentation is the first step to taking drugs. You want to experiment out of what? Curiosity. You want to know. So peer pressure and curiosity lead some young ones to experimenting drugs. The first experience may be unpleasant, and this could do what? Discourage them from trying it again. But others may go beyond it. Some may try it and may not want to go back. While some will start from the experimentation and just skyrocket to dependency stage. It does not follow as it is here. So you may just experiment it, you will like it, and you find yourself at the dependency stage. So the occasional use, these individuals, they use drugs when offered. He or she does not seek for the drug. There are some people, they cannot buy the drug with their money. They only use it when they see it in an occasion. When they are in the midst of people where they can use it freely, we call them Ojo free, FOC. Those ones, it's only when they see that they use. If they don't see, they can't go out to buy with their money. So those are the people we call the occasional or social users. So these individuals, they use drug when offered. He or she does not seek for the drug by himself. Then the regular one, the regular user, which is the continuation of drug use. At this stage, they actively, on their own, seek for the drug of their choice. At this stage now, they have gotten a particular brand of theirs. So they go out for it. He said they seek for the drug of their choice. They use their own money to do what? To buy the drugs for themselves. Then the dependency stage. This is the last stage. At this stage, it is as good as what? Finished. Now, the person's life depends on this. It is the last stage. The drug has become part of the user's life. He or she cannot function without it. The drug must be procured at all costs. No matter what. They can sell anything to satisfy that urge. So, he said the drug can be procured at all costs without considerations for food, job, or family. So anything goes for them. He said, note that these stages do not always strictly follow, like I said earlier on, classification of drugs. There are 3 classes of drug. We have the stimulants, we have the depressants, and we have the hallucinogens. There are some drugs, when you take them, they speed up your central nervous system. From the name, you understand, it stimulates. It speeds up your central nervous system. An example is the tobacco and caffeine. Then depressant, it slows the central nervous system. It depresses you. These are drugs or substances that slow down the central nervous system. An example is alcohol. You may ask, is alcohol a drug? Yes, it is. Although it is socially acceptable, but it is a drug when it's excessively used. It is also a gateway to other bigger drugs. So hallucinogens, he said these are drugs or substances that make the user to see or hear things that do not actually exist. You see things that do not exist. You see somebody saying, they see sound. Do you see sound? Do you see sound? The things that they don't exist. So the following example is marijuana.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
Hello and welcome back. It's good to know that you're still there with us at Atlantic Media and TV. This is your Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. The second round has officially kicked off, especially for the debate edition. And then, of course, this is also the knockout stage. We want you to be glued in. I'm sure you're glued in already. We just finished our first session. Now it's time for us to meet the next set of schools that are going to be participating for this round. We have present with us Federal Government College. And they're up against Harvest School. Yes, indeed. Okay, it's now time for us to see how they're going to perform. Rejoice is here as your moderator. We also have our distinguished judges who are also present, and we're standing on existing protocol and criteria for this debate. Okay, contestants, are you ready?
Yes, moderator.
Are you ready?
Yes, moderator.
Audience, are you ready?
Yes, moderator.
Alrighty then let's do this already. Let's make welcome the lead speaker from Federal Government College.
John Kennedy, in 1986, says, and I quote, "A nation
that does not invest in its youth is a nation that is doomed to fail. With this I say, good morning, the moderator, the impartial panel of judges, the ever so accurate timekeeper, my friends in argument, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you is Atuwatse III Anne-Marie from the prestigious Citadel of Learning, Federal Government College Warri, and having examined the motion vividly well, which asks, is youth involvement in politics the key to national development? I am here to strongly propose it. Before I dive into the nitty-gritty of the debate, I would like to explain the key terms of the motion: youth, politics, and national development. The Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary defines youth as the period between childhood and adulthood. Also, one of the greatest philosophers, Aristotle by name, defined politics as the science of government, while the United Nations, UN, defined national development as the process of improving the social, economic, and political well-being of a country's citizen. We are not saying that adults should disconnect from politics. We are only saying that the youth should be fully involved in politics, as it is the key to national development. The following are my points as to why youth involvement in politics is the key to national development. First and foremost, it is not subject to argument that youth involvement in politics brings about national peace. The key to national development is peace. That is to say, where there is no peace, there is no development. Violence before election, during election, and even after election all come from the youth. There are two main drivers of this violence. The first one is frustration, and the second one is disconnection. My friends in argument will agree with me that when youths use political platforms to voice their annoyances and to actively participate in decision making, they will feel belonged and valued. If no one is disconnected, no one will be frustrated, and there will be less terrorist groups, our country will be in peace, and national development will certainly be achieved. Furthermore, youth involvement in politics is the key to national development as it promotes democracy. As we all know, democracy, defined by Abraham Lincoln in 1863, is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now, who are these people? According to the National Bureau of Statistics, 70% of Nigerian citizens are below 30 years old. If the entire population of the youth are fully involved in politics, surely the right leaders will emerge, and certainly national development will be achieved. Moreover, youth involvement in politics is the key to national development as it helps to introduce fresh ideas and innovations. Young individuals bring about unique perspectives that helps to drive away outdated norms and customs. The youth will always advocate for long-term strategies and future-focused policies. For example, the United Nations Development Programs. United Nations Development Programs reveals that countries with active youth participation in politics, 40% of them are more likely to introduce strategies supporting digital governance, technology-driven solutions, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, what more can I say? Youth involvement in politics is the key to long-term national development. Long-term national development has to do with a continual and sustainable growth of a nation in different sectors such as economy, education, infrastructure, and even social welfare. Active youth involvement in politics will ensure prosperity for future generations and not just short-term gains. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indisputable that human life is transitional. As children are becoming youths, youths are turning to adults, and even the adults are becoming senior citizens. There will be no stagnation in national development. In conclusion, youth involvement in politics is the key to national development as it brings about national peace, as it promotes democracy, as it helps to introduce fresh ideas and innovations, and as it is the key to long-term national development. I am very glad that with these strong, cogent, and convincing points of mine, I have been able to make you all see reason as to why youth involvement in politics is the key to national development. Thank you.
Okay, we're hitting the ground running there. We just heard from the lead speaker there, an eloquent speaker from Federal Government College. Now it's time for us to hear from the lead speaker from Harvard School.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, panel of judges, the moderator, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, and my distinguished audience. Standing before you is Ogiame Atuwatse, a certified student of Harvard School. I'm here to oppose the motion that says, is youth involvement in politics the key to national development? To begin with, it's imperative that I explain what national development is all about. The United Nations defines it as a growth plus change. That is, improvement of a country in all areas, including political, economic, social, and cultural aspects. While young people can contribute fresh perspectives, the reality is that without economic empowerment, institutional reforms, and leadership integrity, that involvement alone will not drive meaningful national progress. Youth involvement in politics is not the key to national development because of these following reasons. Firstly, lack of experience and political maturity. There is a Nigerian adage that says, what an elder sees while sitting, a child will not see even while standing. Youth, by definition, lack the experience and maturity that comes with age. And politics is complex, requiring a deep understanding of governance, policy making, and strategic decision making. This is why many young politicians, due to their limited experience, often fall victim to manipulation by other established politicians who use them as instruments for personal or party interest rather than for national development. Take, for example, the 25 British Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan and Senator Godswill Akpabio. I believe that if Senator Natasha was experienced and fully equipped with the rule book guiding the senators, she would have been able to tender her petitions against the Senate President and also avoid the unfortunate suspension slammed on her. And Sir Yaya Bello, a former governor of Kogi State, who became one of Nigeria's youngest governors at 40 years of age, yet his administration was marked by allegations of corruption, mismanagement, and unpaid worker salaries. His youth did not translate into good governance or development. My fellow citizens, can we really expect you, with your limited life experience, to make informed decisions about the complex issues facing our nation? Are we prepared to accept the potential risks and consequences of useful impulsiveness in our political decision-making processes? Secondly, systemic corruption and radicalization. One of the greatest risks of youth involvement in politics is radicalization. But I once said, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Nigeria's political system is deeply entrenched in corruption, nepotism, and weak institutions. Without maturity, structure, and experience, even when young people enter politics, they often become absorbed into the same corrupt system. Instead of being agents of change, our youthful energy becomes misdirected, leading to national instability rather than development. For example, the 2020 NSAS protest in Nigeria, Lagos State House of Assembly representative Desmond Elliott, who was elected as a young lawmaker, became popular among youth after he supported the restrictive policies against free speech during the protest. The peaceful youth demonstration against police brutality then became infiltrated by political opportunists and hoodlums, leading to violence, destruction of properties, and economic setbacks. Also, youth are overambitious, just like Honorable Betty Edu, the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation under Tinubu's administration, to find a whopping sum of 565 million into her personal accounts. And youth, led by a top politician, with the help of some thugs, carted away with the mace. Hence, political structures must be reformed before youth involvement can make a significant impact. Without systemic change, my fellow citizens, young politicians will make the same mistake as older ones. Furthermore, youth participation does not guarantee good leadership. Good leadership is not determined by age, by competence, integrity, accountability, and good governance. Nigeria has witnessed both young and old leaders, yet development remains inconsistent due to corruption, poor policy implementation, and lack of accountability. Many young politicians have failed the governance, and other leaders have driven national development. The youth have led before, but have they delivered? Despite despite Nigeria's democratic system allowing youth participation, the real issue has been poor leadership decisions rather than the age of those in power. Panel of judges, can you compare the president of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, who at 36 years of age took over the country through a coup, promising change, but the country still suffers from security crisis and economic instability, to President Nelson Mandela, who became the president of South Africa at 75 years of age? Though not young, his leadership focused on national unity, peace, and economic progress. Also, Barack Obama, who was one of the youngest presidents of the USA. Yet, abortion and gay was legalized under his administration. But Trump, a much older president, came in and averted these laws because he knew that it was going to affect the social aspect of the country's development. This goes to prove that wisdom and experience matters more than youthfulness. My distinguished audience, should you prioritize passion and idealism over wisdom and pragmatism in our political leaders? No! Governance is not a game of passion, but of wisdom, experience, and strategic leadership. Finally, I, Ogechi Eboka, strongly agree that youth involvement in politics is not the key to national development. Nigeria, instead of focusing on youth participation, Nigeria's youth should focus on entrepreneurship, education, and technology. It is not about the age of a leader, but the competence of leadership. What Nigeria needs is quality governance, not merely youth participation. My fellow Nigerians, let us focus on competence over age. Thank you.
A powerful counter-argument, if you put it that way, from the lead speaker there from Harvest Schools. So we've heard them. Young ladies there, lead speakers there from Federal Government College and Harvest Schools. We've had different paces, different pitches, different tones to how they're buttressing their points. Okay, we're going to find out how that pans out for them. After the break, we're going to hear from the support speakers. You don't want to miss any part of it, so stay close.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different.
I'm super glad that we're back, as I cannot wait to see how the supporting speakers from Federal Government College and Harvard Schools are going to perform. Thank you so much for staying with us. Please do well to like, comment, and of course share the videos across social media at Atlantic Media and TV. I'm your moderator and host, Rejoice Dewekeme is my name, and this is the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. Now it's time for us to hear from the support speakers as they strengthen their motion and position either for or against the topic. Is youth involvement in politics the key to national development? Let's make welcome the support speaker from Federal Government College.
No nation can develop unless it empowers its young people to lead, innovate, and take charge of their future. These are the words of Goodluck Jonathan. With this I say, good morning, the moderator, the impartial panel of judges, the ever so accurate timekeeper, my friends in argument, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you today is Kowe Osorishawarami Blessing from Federal Government College Warri, and having examined the motion, is youth involvement in politics the key to national development? I am here to strongly propose it. First and foremost, youth involvement in politics reduces unemployment. It is not subject to argument that unemployment is usually found among the youth, and unemployment can be reduced when youth influence policies, drive economic reforms, and fosters entrepreneurship. That is to say that when young people engage in politics, they help to shape policies that directly impact job creation, economic stability, and skill development, reducing the rate of unemployment. The moderator, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to inform you that India has the latest instance. According to the Institute of Human Development in 2023, 83% of the unemployed people in India was youth. This triggered them to get fully involved in politics, and at the end of 2024, the unemployment rate reduced to 52%. It is no news that involving youth in politics promotes leadership renewal and national development. Oh yes. By involving youth in politics, youth gains experiences, develop leadership skills, and there will be a steady transition of power to capable individuals. Dr. Miles Monroe, in his book entitled Youth in Politics, says, and I quote, "Success without succession is a failure." This is a factual statement because one bad leader can destroy long-term development. Ladies and gentlemen, success must be sustained beyond many individual tenures in order to achieve national development. Nelson Mandela also says, and I quote, "The youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow." This actually means that the leaders of tomorrow must be involved in the politics of today. Oh yes, because when youth are involved in politics, there will be a continuous leadership renewal, and this will retire very old people in politics. In conclusion, involving youth in politics is the key to national development as it reduces political apathy, reduces unemployment, and I am glad that with this strong point of mind, I've been able to convince you that involving youth in politics is the key to national development. Thank you.
That's the researcher and analyst there supporting, being the support speaker for Federal Government College. Now let's listen to the support speaker from Harvard School.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, panel of judges, moderator, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, ladies and gentlemen, and my viewers worldwide. My name is Ojiro Christopher, and I'm here to support my chief speaker in opposing the motion which says, is youth involvement in politics the key to national development? National development means improving the quality of life for all citizens while ensuring sustainable progress for future generations. However, due to the many challenges youth face, I strongly believe youth involvement in politics is not the key to national development. Here's why. Firstly, limited resources make it difficult for youth to actively contribute to national development. In Nigeria, over 33% of youth are unemployed, not access to quality education, financial support, and political opportunities. Without money, influence, and proper education, how can they compete with well-established politicians? How can they implement changes when political and financial barriers hold them back? A good example is the case between President Tinubu and Peter Obi, with the latter lacking political sponsorship. Also, balancing education work and politics makes it difficult for youth in Nigeria, with youth unemployment exceeding 33%. With youth unemployment exceeding 33%, many are either students Many are either students or trying to secure a job, making it difficult for you to participate in community development in politics. My opponent say that youth involvement in politics bring fresh innovation and perspective. So let's agree with this motion because reasonable innovation and perspective have been made in the past. President Obasanjo introduced OFN, Operation Feed the Nation, which boosts the agricultural sector in the society, and EFCC to cure financial crime. Are these not elders who contributed significantly to youth involvement in politics? When they say youth boost civic engagement, I disagree with this motion because youth can engage in sponsorship, entrepreneurship, and innovation, civic and community engagement without directly entering into politics. 80% of Africa's elections are stated that 80% of African elections are led by vanguards with youth as bring leaders. In the World Bank, the World Bank in 2023 said that 80% of youth, the World Bank said that 80% of the world's growing fastest economies are led by well-experienced policies rather than young leaders. With this additional point that on my amiable chief speaker, I hope I'll be able to convince you all that youth involvement in politics is not the key to national development.
Our speakers have presented their compelling cases, whether they're lead speakers or support speakers. How about we go for a quick break and return back to hear what the judges have to say, and then visit the score sheets to see who is topping the charts. Stick around and stay with us.
My name is Desoka, the comedy catalyst of one of Nigerian comedy.
Alright guys, back again, yes boss, my name is Osh baby.
Ogiame Alade.
Yeah, what up people, it's your boy Victor AD.
Girl Niniola.
My name is my wife, Nanja Celebrity type man. My papa say who won't carry cow, waka go, waka follow the cow. I know the life for you.
I see you know you're watching the Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Atlantic TV. Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Atlantic TV. Informative, educative, interesting, entertaining.
Worldwide, international.
Don't go anywhere or I'll catch you.
Don't touch that die. Atlantic TV. Boom. Atlantic TV. We wanna party.
Atlantic TV. Culturally inclined and uniquely different. Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different. got what it takes to wear the intellectual crown? Who will conquer the stage and walk home with the King's Prize? The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition moves into the next phase, and the prize has just doubled. Now, the debate champion will take home a jaw-dropping 10.
And I'm all smiles, but not everyone is all smiles here in studio, as a matter of fact, because this is the knockout stage. There's a lot of tension mounting. The pressure is real on here around us. You can actually feel it. It's very palpable. It's very obvious. Oh my God. But all the students, all the participants, the debaters, they have come through strongly, exuding lots of brilliance and intelligence. Can we celebrate them? We can do better! Yes! Yes, yes, yes. It's not easy to be on the hot stand or in the hot seat in any way, shape or form. But right now the hour has come for us to find out what the judges think about their presentations and their performances. But just before that happens, we're talking about the topic, is youth involvement in politics the key to national development? So I'm just going to ask both schools, right? So looking at me now as the moderator, am I a youth? Do I pass? You seem like you're a little... Don't be shy. I'm not deducting any points. There's no right and wrong answer here. Just tell me. Just look at me. Am I a youth? Yes. I'm a youth? Ooh! That's forever 16, huh? Alrighty then. Rejoice. The Mekeme is here. It's now over to the judges. Let's hear their feedback on the presentations.
Wow,
Fireworks.
Okay. FGC lead speaker. I don't know, but you're good. You're good. There's a way you present bring out your points, and I would not as in you just want to buy into it, no matter how whatever was in your mind before, what you thought about the topic before now. And equally average schools, I want to be biased in your favor because I'm a rather fast speaker. But when you're trying to talk to people, you want me to get everything you're saying. Take a breather and come home. Say it so I can pick your points, because we're working with what you're saying. So goes for the second speaker too.
Preparation matters a lot. You can't go and you have an assignment. You won't back it up. No. Well, it's just an opinion. I'm saying this because you may not probably have a topic in your favor. But we commonly say that sometimes you may want to talk a rat into buying poison. Because of your convincing power, and power of speech and the likes of it. I'm saying this so that, please, good enough, it's a competition, there's an amount of money involved as at stake, but beyond that, let's grow ourselves, let's develop ourselves and do the needful. It's beyond the contest, I think. But again, you've done well, and I want to say, please keep it up. Thank you.
Two things. The first one is a learning one, and it hurts my ear when I hear some pronunciation. The word development, it's one problem with us here. A 4-syllable word. Second syllable is where you put your emphasis. So forget about the there. It's where your emphasis is. I don't know whether you understand me. So when you say the first word, I don't know how you pronounce it again. Development. No, that's wrong. But it's development. The emphasis is on development. So if you can get development, you just practically add the D and pronounce very well. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So that's the learning one. The second one, when we are debating with each other, we have to be careful of personalization. We need to generalize. There are names mentioned here, and it tells me who your teacher is. When you mention names like Obama and you're negative about it, you don't favor that. Or you mention Natasha with what is happening here, and I'm a woman, you're a woman. Natasha is not a youth now, is she? So what I'm saying here is, when you personalize, it becomes dicey, because many of us have our opinion here. Many of us don't like Natasha. Some like Natasha, will die for her. So when you are given an example, generalize with what every person is. Nobody mentioned Tinubu. He's an old president. Yes, but I think some of us will want a young president. But a lot of us will be careful of handling that, because you don't know whose back you're hitting. I hope you get my point. Thank you. Quite nice one, but I think we know the winner, don't we? Really?
The verdict is out.
Give me a clap now.
Oh my, okay, thanks to our esteemed judges for their expertise and their time. Now here comes the moment of truth. The hour has come. Okay, I don't think. Alrighty then, I hate to break it to you, but I have to give the breaking news. Reporting live from the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition from Atlantic Media and TV studios. Now I'm gonna let you in on the scores. What are the score sheets saying and who's moving to the next round? Oh my God. For Harvard schools, they came through with a total of 40 points. Yes, we celebrate the girls, and for Federal Government College, they totaled 44 points. Well done, me ladies. Well done, well done. You have done brilliantly well. So we've had our first session, we've had our second session, and they're all girls. Seems like girls are more vocal, or they can express themselves more, or communicate more, or they're more eloquent. Am I being biased? I don't know. Okay, let me calm down. That's a topic of debate for another day. But don't go anywhere. We're not over just yet. Congratulations to the winners, to Federal Government College. You're moving to the next round. And well done to Harvard schools. You've also come through and delivered excellently. We celebrate you. Let's celebrate them as well. Amazing. We have 10 million naira at stake here. It's the battle of intellectuals going on back and forth. Right after this session, we have another session coming through with some powerhouse schools on there. We have Benchill schools and Dondomigos coming up next. Want to find out how they're going to do? Then you have to stick around and stay with us.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMTCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation, and proudly sponsored by Rukotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners: Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ugeoyokoro TV.
Akorufoma imeromu ewe mumirawa o uye mama biko meyeri kugbofo uye bo marufe emoruye bo marufe uye bo marufe emoruye bo marufe Omamo waromunu viefe Emoru ye mebiko meyeri kugbe Ororu yeru marawane afefe bubu Orowa wivon imegbigbe Uye bo marufe Emoru ye bo marufe Porufoma imeromo ewe mumirawa o Uvye mama biko meyeri kubofo Uvye bo marufe 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 Omamorwa romunu vyefe Uvye mebiko meyeri kugbe Ororu yeru marawane afefe bubu Orowa wivon imegbigbe Uvye bo marufe Uvye bo marufe Uvye bo marufe.
It's the highest order so far that Ogiame is bestowing on you today. So from today, by the grace of God, when your name is mentioned, Senator Fanny Masakura Chantel, ROI will be added to it. God will bless you. You will excel them all. And the torch that is being given to you today, you will hold it aloft. It will burn brighter. Others will find the way. And you will not be in darkness. Ogiame will bless you. Congratulations.
Because inside of every single one of you is a leader waiting to emerge. A leader waiting to birth great things in her communities. When I look to you, I don't just see traders. I see leaders. I see change makers. I see destiny shapers. I see warrior women who will transform our communities. I see the future of the Warri Kingdom sitting in front of me. So it is time for Ishekiri women to exercise leadership at all levels, starting exactly where you are with what you have. So today, I want to challenge you. Stop hiding your gifts. Step up for your community. Let us work together to birth and to build great things. It is time for us to lead boldly, speak up confidently, and act decisively. God bless you. God bless the Warri Kingdom.
Women are the art of the development of our communities and the future of the societies. When women thrive, the family benefits, the whole society benefits, the community gain, and the entire nation reaps for the reward.
You cannot be a leader if you are not impacting. So if you are making money, it's not enough for you to make money. It's also important for you to change lives. Train somebody else. If you're doing business here in Warri, make sure that when you wake up at the end of this year, you say, this number of people are people who I supported. I taught them what I knew. I taught them what they needed to know. I advised them. I sponsored them. I called people to support them. And that's how I've become who I am. I will not be on this platform if I didn't make an impact. So today, I have influence. I have influence because they've given me this platform. Make sure that as we are entrepreneurs and making income, we must make impact. As we make impact, we must make influence. If you have not generated money and touched lives, you cannot have influence.
Any woman who is able to demonstrate that she has capacity and ability to make her society, her community better. Ogiame is interested and encourages that woman to come forward. Let us hear your ideas, your suggestions, your contribution, because it is not only men that will make Warri Kingdom great. It is men and women. And so it all comes down to how you see yourself, not what they told you you are. Do you believe as a woman, as a young boy, as a young man, as the child of a woman, the child of a man, do you believe that you have it in you to contribute for good to this kingdom, to this community, to this society? If you believe you do, come forward and let your ideas be known. You will not be rejected, you will be encouraged. It is ideas that are going to move us forward.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined, uniquely different. Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Hello, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is Rejoice Debekebe. I'm super excited to have in studio with us a very inspiring individual, one that has carried the wings, the spirit of worry with her across board into global and international platforms. Please help me make welcome with a shout the ever dynamic and phenomenal Ogiame My goodness, it's so good to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
You look beautiful.
Thank you so much.
My goodness. Oh, awesome. All right, so it's Ogiame Atuwatse, and it's so good to have you here, but we'd like to have a background, first of all, to who exactly is Ogiame Atuwatse?
Okay, so the name is actually Ogiame Atuwatse, but I mean Ogiame for short. So, oh well, I'm just the little worry girl that now works with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm a Nigerian diplomat. I recently returned from my posting at the Permanent Mission of Nigeria in Geneva. I grew up in Warri. I was raised in Warri. I attended Prime International School, Twin Fountain, and Creative Demonstration College. And I had my first degree in French language at the Delta State University of Accra. Then I proceeded to serve the nation, of course, in Lagos. While I was serving, when I was about to pass out, and then there was a vacancy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I applied for the job. I went through the, aptitude test, interview, and to the glory of God, I got the job. And here we are, 11 years later.
Wow.
Thank you.
It just seems like it moved from 0 to 100 real quick. But trust me, there's a process and there's a lot of in-betweens, going on there. For starters, you're a confirmed worry girl.
Oh, yes,
we can
sure.
say that. So it's
Of
like,
course.
worry to the world.
Of course. Yeah. So I was born and raised in Warri. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So do you speak any Pidgin English?
Of course I do.
Ooh.
I speak Pidgin English. I speak Ishekiri fluently.
You speak Shakiri?
Fluently.
So how do we greet people? Let's greet people so that we believe, because they say, are you sure? This one, she's speaking all this plenty English like this. Are you sure she can?
So what do you want me to talk?
Hey! Give them. Back to back. Now, your clear area, and I make area, no, say based on one or two, say as you grow up for areas, you still get area for your body.
Full-blooded.
Full-blooded.
Yeah.
Okay. So you eat owo and starch?
I eat owo and starch. I eat banga soup. Melon pepper soup. Okra soup. Starch. Everything.
You played in the sand. You did all the type of games.
And maybe I didn't really play in the sand though. I'm not sure I did that. No.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about your journey, right? What propelled you from that young age? What's that motivation that you had as a young child to say, I'm more than this worry girl, type thing. I'm more than this.
Yeah, I really don't know what it was, but I've always thought, there's more. There's more to just being in worry. I mean, seeing movies, seeing Lagos, and, I just wanted to be more. I wanted to be out there. I've always wanted that. In fact, after service, I didn't return to Warri because I served in Lagos State. And at the time, my mom knew. Then she had a shop and, before I finished, she was like, oh, Roger, what's your plan? I was like, of course, I want to get a job. She now said, okay, that's plan A. So what's plan B? I was like, I don't have plan B. just plan A. And she said, okay, she had 2 shops at the time. She was like, okay, your plan B would be, I'm proposing, I'll give you the bigger shop. You know, I would move to the smaller one. You'd manage it, you know, you pay off the sales girl, just take charge, be the manager and everything. I was like, okay, but I still didn't want that. And she knew. So I still didn't return. At the time, I had already applied for the foreign affairs job and obviously to some other companies at the time. And in between, I think the College of Education Warri, they were also recruiting. And my parents, they're like, oh, you know, you should apply. You know, they forced me. And I sent in my application. I was also called for an interview.
It's the highest order so far that Ogiame is bestowing on you today. So from today, by the grace of God, when your name is mentioned, Senator Fanny.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
It's time to say welcome. Usually it's time to say goodbye, but right now it's welcome. We're not going anywhere just yet. The show, the games have just begun. So we've had like amazing rounds, 2 amazing sessions going on there. Now it's on to the 3rd. We have Bench Hill Schools and Danda Migos in the building. Oh wow. I am your moderator and hostess, Rejoice Debekeme here. You're very welcome to a very special edition of the Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition. We have an amazing audience. We have brilliant minds that are ready to battle it out intellectually. And of course, we also have our very distinguished, amazing, professional panel of judges to celebrate them. So real quick, let me bring you up to speed just in case you didn't know who they were. They are what? A man and women of timber and caliber. Should I go on and on? No. Let me just break it down real quick. So for our chairman for the panel, we have none other than veteran broadcaster, such an amazing, intelligent woman. When you hear her, you hear lots of intelligence. She's none other than a very delectable, amazing, sonorous voice. You can add that to it. Mrs. Achukoragu is here. We also have the only man amongst the women who is doing very well. Gentlemen are proud of him right about now. He is a seasoned, amazing business administrator, none other than Comrade Ajay Adaron Kareng. Wow, such an exceptional panel. We also have here with us a delectable, extraordinary business mogul. She's always dropping it like it's simple, like it's soft, like it's quiet and easy. And we love her for it. She is Mrs. Jane Ibiai Samuel. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let's now quickly get to our debate guidelines and rules before the debaters are going to be dropping it like it's hot. Over to you, judges.
No use of mobile phones. Cheating leads to immediate disqualification. Decorum for all participants and teachers. Speakers must present well-structured arguments with logical reasoning and supporting evidence. Interruption of an opponent is not allowed. All participants will get a total of 9 minutes per team. 6 minutes for lead speaker and 3 minutes for supporting speaker. A countdown will begin 1 minute before the stop. Exceeding the time limit leads to deduction of marks. Judges are only expected to give their remark after each session along score points. Participants will be judged based on content delivery, public speaking and presentation skills, confidence, clarity and accuracy, neatness, time management, the use of offensive language, personal attacks or unverified claims may lead to disqualification or score deduction. Audience are only permitted to chair after the presentation is concluded or indicated by the moderator. This is to avoid distraction to participants. Decisions made by the judging panel are final and cannot be contested. Thank you. All the best.
A warm round of applause there to our Chief Judge, rolling out the guidelines. I believe that we're ready and we are set. It's now time for us to witness some powerful arguments from the debaters who are already in position. Again, we have Bench Hill Schools versus Don Domingos College. And they are for and against the motion for the topic, should higher education in Nigeria be made free? Now let's make welcome the lead speaker, all the way from the prestigious Bench Hill Schools.
In a country as Nigeria, where we clamor for a better society and modern innovations, the need for free higher education cannot be overemphasized. As the great Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. With this I say, good day the moderator, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, audience, and of course, viewers at home. My name is Okole Ekene, a student of Bench Hill School, and I'm here to support the motion which states that higher education in Nigeria should be made free. What is higher education? Higher education refers to education beyond the secondary education, typically provided by universities, colleges, and other higher institutions of higher learning. Higher education is a level of formal education where manpower is fully developed for the betterment of the nation. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, a tool that shapes mind, breaks cycles of poverty, and builds nation. Yet, it remains locked behind the heavy doors of expensive tuition fees, accessible to only those who can afford it. This must change. The great Kofi Annan once said, education is a basic human right, not a privilege reserved for the wealthy. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights clearly states that higher education should be made accessible to all on the basis of merit. However, in Nigeria today, qualified teens and young adults have been denied access simply because they don't have the high level of financial responsibility attached to the modern educational system. We must ensure that no Nigerian is denied access to higher education due to financial hardship. And this can be done by the declaration that all higher educations in Nigeria be made free. It shows journey down memory lane when higher education was newly introduced in Nigeria. The number of great minds and potentials that were birthed from those early days. Higher education can still not match our present day, despite the large amount being spent by students. The government can comfortably fund a free higher education by increasing the taxes on the wealthy, reducing unnecessary expense in budget allocation, and increasing the budgetary allocation on education. If truly we want to meet up with advanced countries in that level of development, then I think that we must not just admire their results, but take a conscious look at the stories behind their results. Germany, for instance, which offers free higher education, are among the strongest in the world, with a GDP of over $4 trillion. They are the producers of automobiles like the Volkswagen, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz, are among the strong and top innovators in the world. If truly we want Nigeria to be among the superpowers of the world, I think it is proper that we learn from them and adopt what they learned, and that is free higher education at all levels. So many great young minds have been shut out of acquiring free higher education, not because they are not willing, but because they cannot afford the financial commitment attached to the educational system. Walter Rodney once said, Africa is orchestrated to consume and not to produce. My dear audience, this is a slight to the dignity of the African countries, including Nigeria. Do you want to change Nigeria from consuming to a producing country? Make higher education free. You want to kill corruption in Nigeria? Make higher education free. Do you want to take the youth off the street and reduce crime rates? Make higher education free. You want to reduce the importation of goods and make quality made in Nigerian products? Make higher education free. No country gives this level of importance and accessibility to higher education. Sidney G. Harris once said, the purpose of education is to turn mirrors into windows. Meaning education has the capacity and ability to perspective, enabling us to see beyond ourselves and our immediate surroundings. Making higher education free is not a moral imperative, but a necessary step towards unlocking the country's full potential to becoming leaders, innovators, and change makers of tomorrow. If truly we want to be among the top powers, technologically and otherwise, the need for free higher education cannot be overemphasized. According to the World Bank, every dollar invested in education generates an average return of $10 in economic growth. Nigeria, therefore, as a nation, as a matter of urgency, must carry the burden of financial commitment to education off the shoulders of citizens, enabling them to have enough time to be creative thinkers. Education is a leveler. By making education free, we can bridge the gap between the rich and the poor, enabling every Nigerian child, irrespective of their background or socioeconomic status, to have access to quality education. Education paves way for a peaceful nation, as nations like Norway and Iceland have the lowest crime rate in the world, as the educated youths have equal opportunities. Finland and Germany enjoy peace because their youth are educationally engaged. So I say today, if you want to enjoy peace, growth, stability, and economic boom, then the need for free higher education is a matter of urgency and priority. A nation that refuses to invest in its country is digging its own grave. My honorable judges, making higher education free is not a loss, but an investment. An investment in our people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too. Starting very strong going on there, the lead speaker from Benching Schools. As a matter of fact, at some point I thought I was going to hear, I have a dream that one day higher education will be free in Nigeria, but of course, he has started on the right footing. Now it's time for us to hear from the lead speaker from the Farm College.
Good day, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, the moderator, and my esteemed listeners. I am Prince King Sir from Don Domingos College, and I'm here to debate on the motion set before us. Should higher education be made free? I am here to oppose the motion, which states that higher education should be made free. First off, what is education? Education can be defined as a process of learning, acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, and habits. It is a powerful tool that shapes and molds the mind of individuals. We have two types of education, known as the formal education and the informal education. Higher education refers to education beyond secondary education, provided by higher universities, colleges, and other advanced institutions of learning. It involves advanced research, studies, and training in various fields of study, leading to degrees, diplomas, or certificates. While making higher education free in Nigeria would seem like an attractive solution to increase accessibility and promote social mobility, it is essential to consider the potential challenges and consequences. Economic constraints. Nigeria is currently facing significant economic challenges, including a large budget deficit, high inflation, and a struggling oil-based economy. Making higher education free in Nigeria will require diverting substantial funding from potential uses such as critical sectors like healthcare, infrastructure, and basic education, sustainability, and quality. Free higher education will lead to high influx of students, which could compromise the quality of education. Overcrowding, inadequate facilities, insufficient staffing could become major issues. Moreover, the lack of financial investment from students will lead to lack of motivation and accountability due to the fact that something that is free is not highly valued as something that is being highly paid for. The lack of vested interest and passion is being students whose education are being provided for, leading to lack of appreciation. Inefficient use of resources. Free higher education will lead to inefficient use of resources as most students tend to study fields of study that are not highly relevant or in demand to Nigeria's development needs. That is, a lot of students do not feel the obligation to study professional courses that will boost the economic progress of the nation, such as medicine, nursing, teaching, and even engineering. Importance of financial literacy. Making higher education free in Nigeria would help to deprive students the opportunity to learn financial literacy and responsibility skills. These are very essential life skills that help to build students to be dependent on themselves in and out of school. Moreover, it deprives parents from being sole contributors to the educational sector. Parents or guardians who are in charge of the tuition fees of their ward tend to be more responsible and also participate actively in education. Opportunity costs. Education free in Nigeria would deprive more potential users from being able to access adequate funds such as entrepreneurship programs, and other initiatives that educational grants to deserving students, merit-based or otherwise. Provision of interest with affordable repayment plans for students to be able to afford tuition fees. Public-private partnerships, collaboration of the government to the private sector to be able to provide affordable educational programs. Students should be encouraged to undertake vocational training programs that will help build in them life practical skills for them to be able to stay able to also manage themselves properly. While the intention behind making higher education free in Nigeria is commendable, it is crucial to consider the potential sustainability, quality, and economic implication. Rather, the government, the private sector should come together to provide an education in Nigeria that will be affordable, accessible, and effective. Thank you, panel of judges, the accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, the moderator, for the opportunity to engage in this thought-provoking and respectful debate. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, these debaters came ready. They didn't come to play now. The lead speaker there from Don Domingos College, for her, it sounds like dropping it like it's hot is the name of the game. Okay, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we're going to find out how the supporting speakers are going to solidify this already.
Proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali. Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different. The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition.
Okay, everyone, take your position because we're about to experience the power of words and persuasion coming from the supporting speakers there from Bench Hill Schools and Dondomingos College. We can't wait to hear it one more time. Welcome aboard. It is the debate edition, the knockout stage, round 2 for the Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition. I'm your host, it's Rejoice Debekeme here. We are standing on existing protocols regarding regards to the criteria for the debate right about now. So yes indeed, audience, if you're ready, let's give a warm welcome to the support speaker from Bench Hill Schools.
Good day, the moderator, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, audience, and of course, viewers at home. My name is Igbini Durema, a student of Bench Hill Schools, standing here to support the motion that higher education in Nigeria should be free. In addition to what my co-speaker said, if Nigeria as a nation truly wants to get better, not just in words, but in action and reality, then we must grow from talking to action. And what other better foundation can we lay rather than making higher education free, thereby providing equal opportunities for all citizens, irrespective of social status or financial capabilities. 95% of the dropouts from the Nigerian tertiary institutions are not a product of lack of zeal or ambition, but is the inabilities of this drop with the financial demands of our educational system. A country that refuses to educate its youth is prepared for its own downfall. It is shocking to hear things like, if education is free, quality will drop. Please, my learned opponent, are you aware that the highest quacks coming from tertiary institutions today are from private universities? If tuition fees do guarantee quality, why then do the Nigerian private universities still produce half-baked graduates? The quality of education in the nation depends on government policies, training and retraining of lecturers with a conscious involvement of the government in education and not tuition fees. In 2023, Nigeria budgeted 17 billion naira for its lawmakers and their frivolities. If we can afford luxury for politicians, then we are able to afford free education for all our citizens, the higher education inclusive. But the question now is, does Nigeria have the will for it? Today, young youths and adults are engaging in all sorts of negative activities, such as internet fraud, prostitution, gambling, and so on, just in a bid to make money and meet up with the financial demands of their higher institutions. This is not a justification for their action, but a proof that Nigeria as a nation can and should do better. Free higher education is not a favor to those benefiting from it, but a strategic plan for national greatness. My dear opponents, why should the son of a poor farmer be denied the same education as the son of a wealthy politician? If Cuba, a small island nation, can provide free higher education for its citizens, why can't then Nigeria, with all its resources and financial capabilities? Imagine if universities were free, how much more doctors, lawyers and engineers would Nigeria have instead of prisoners and ex-convicts? My dear opponents, would you rather fund education today or build prisons tomorrow? How many of our young minds are wasting today because they couldn't cope with their education? If we want to cope with their education, they don't just sit at home. They find means to survive. Some turn into crime and the others into prostitution. A wise man once said, a nation that builds schools wouldn't have to build prisons tomorrow. If we want to be the giant of Africa, as we claim we are, then we must provide free education for all our citizens without any financial constraint. As Benjamin Franklin once said, an investment in education pays better interest, and free higher education is that investment. Thank you.
Okay, the support speaker there from Bench Hill Schools, dishing it out like it is hot. For the motion, should higher education in Nigeria be made free? I don't know if your proprietor or proprietress is listening to this conversation right now. Let's hope you're not, right? Okay, swiftly moving on. Let's welcome the support speaker from Dondomingos College.
Good day, everyone. I am Omashla Blessing, a student of Dondomingos College, and I'll be adding to what my colleague said earlier on. Here are some points I would like you to consider. Firstly, we all know the saying that whatever is given free is of far less value than what is earned. After all, there is dignity in labor. How then do you expect expect that if the higher level of education were to be made free, it would have value in the eyes of students. This I stand against. Do we know that if education were to be made free, it would be abused by so many students as they do not labor or toil on their own part to contribute towards their education? This is a question I pose before you. Secondly, assuming that higher education were to be made free by the government in power, take for instance, a new government comes tomorrow in seat and says it should no longer be made free. Do you know that this would greatly affect those students that have so far been relying on free education? You find out that due to the breeding culture of financial slothfulness in them, which has made them indifferent in fending for themselves in matters as important as education, there will be a large number of dropouts and frustrated citizens as there will no longer be free education to rely upon. Thirdly, do we know that if the higher level of education were to be made free, it will hinder the career drive in so many students, as students will become in their studies and have a laissez-faire attitude towards their education. This is due to the lack of financial investment on their own parts. Bear in mind also, the higher level of education were to be made free. This will greatly various private institutions as they are not assisted financially by the government. How then do you expect generated to fund various projects in such schools, to pay working staffs at the end of the term or perhaps at the end of the month? How then do you expect various facilities to be implemented at such schools to aid learning? This is a I pose before you. With this point, I and my colleague have brought before the table. I hope we have been able to drive home the point that the higher level of education should under no circumstance be made free. Like we all know, a word is enough. Thank you.
And indeed, we're wise. Okay. So we've also listened to the support speaker going on there from Don Domingos College against the motion that education in Nigeria should be made free. I don't know how your parents are feeling right now. I feel like they've left the WhatsApp group already. Like, what are you talking about? We go see what house. Okay. Alrighty then. It's been a brilliant but intense one going on here between the two schools that are present here for this particular session. We're going to take a breather, take a little break, and then we're going to come back and find out the thoughts of our dear esteemed panel of judges. Stay with us.
Don't miss out on exciting news, events, and more. Stay connected by following us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Atlantic Media and TV.
Who has got what it takes to wear the intellectual crown? Who will conquer the stage and walk home with the King's Prize? The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition moves into the next phase, and the prize has just doubled. Now the debate champion will take home a jaw-dropping 10 million naira. Likewise, the quiz winner, a mind-blowing 10 million naira. And if we have a single winner in both categories, the winner takes home all 20 million naira. The Ogiame Atuwatse III intercollegiate quiz and debate competition is not just a contest, it is the clash of brilliance, strategy, and determination. The fire is on.
This is personal. My grandfather, Ogiame Atuwatse III, was like home to him. Before he was crowned, he was in this area. When my father was crowned, on the 2nd of May 1987, Kabiyesi then also led a powerful delegation to the Shekiri to attend his coronation. And he in turn returned the visit, and I believe maybe in 1989 thereabouts, he also came on a thank you visit. Now, this is the third generation of the Oluwafori, and I think it's happening on your...
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition.
Okay, it's now time for our esteemed judges to give us their opinions and what they think about the performance and the presentations from the participants and debaters from Bench Schools and Dundon Eagles College. Let's celebrate our judges.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Active participants, whatever title my good friend, Dundon Eagles. Just in case of any other time, it's always better to see my colleague and I instead of because of my colleague. He's done a good job. I had somebody who can make people read all manner of courses. I have one in mind, so for security reasons, I'm not able to mention it. We're also told that people abuse things that are free. Generally, I hope they run the movie in that's what you mean by generally support of emotion. Free education. But I like what you said. That if we have private, public partners coming into education, why not? Instead of making free education, you see as well, support into education. And for my friends, my sisters, from Bench, you've done very well. The many things that you said. That would increase the burden on the rich people. We want to get money to fund education. I hope those rich people are not listening to me. Again, we wonder why you want to not get when you are for it on. I like what you said, and just to make education free, moral imperative, to unlock potential. Things convincing. Education is also a leveler. I think it's not good. Lastly, for understand, a nation that builds schools will not need to build prisons. I think that's quite information. Thank you. It's done well, both.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right now, just before we get to the other judge who's also going to share with us her opinion, how about we go for a quick break, and then when we return we'll hear back again what the judges have got to say. Stay with us.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Oluwafori to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation, and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ogeoyokoro TV. Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Will now provide their constructive feedback before we reveal the results. The floor is yours, judges.
Thank you very much. I'm able to everyone out there listening or watching us live and direct. Both schools have tried. They put up a very good performance, no doubt, and we're impressed. Time will fail me, but I like what I heard. That if the public sector, the private public sector, there's a collabo, they will be able to sponsor education. So rather than the government making it free, well, it's a good one. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I like that also. And from the other school, we're told the rich men, the bourgeois, they should be burdened with the responsibility of sponsoring education rather than, making it a government affair. I think it's a good one too. Well, congratulations to whoever emerges, the winner and the wearer of the crown, the intellectual crown. Welcome and well done.
That was a really insightful debate. I would say for both them, they came prepared and they were able to tackle the points just as it is. Like the way Don Domingos, fine, they bought into the opponent's points, but at the same time, letting you know that that shouldn't be a criteria for making it entirely free. Thank you.
Like they say, it's a knockout stage, and the two schools came to knock out each other. From the points being said, we'll know who actually knocked out the other person. But it was a good debate. Both of you all, both schools came prepared. Well done.
Well done. That's the first time I have heard the chairperson for the panel of judges have their to speak about the schools, and indeed it means that you actually did very well. Let's celebrate them again. You guys came ready, right? Did you sleep at night at all? You had some all night for this. Father Lord, you know your daughter. Hey, Father. Okay, it's the knockout stage debate edition for the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz. About the Ogiame. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday again to His Majesty Atuwatse III, CFR, the Olu of Words. Place the clap. Okay, so just before I reveal the results, let's spice things up quite a bit, break the ice, kind of, okay? So today is Ogiame's birthday. What do you appreciate or celebrate or admire about the king?
I admire his confidence and sense of loyalty as a king.
His sense of royalty as a king. I saw you did your neck going on there with the royalty. Okay, that's nice. Okay, how about you, Mashallah?
Okay, his generosity and the innovation to set up a program as this. That's what I admire about him.
Oh, wow. A very generous, inspiring, creative, innovative king that is leading excellently. One more time, let's celebrate. Okay, it's now time for us to reveal the results. Who is moving to the next round? Fingers crossed. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, says the clock. Okay, let's get to this real quick. All right, so for Don Domingos College, they came through powerfully with a total of 40 points. And then for Bench Hill Schools, they totaled 42 points. Oh, wow, just 2 points away? What? Oh, my goodness. But they powered through. Trust me, this has been one of the most exciting, intense, powerful debate session we have had so far today. One more time, celebrate the participants and the debaters. You have done very well. Well done, well done. Congratulations to you, Bench Hill Schools. You're moving to the next round. Alrighty then. Awesome. Remember, we don't fail here, we learn. Keep that in mind. Okay, after the break, we're going to have coming up Iwere College, the Bridge International Schools.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMTCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rukotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ogeoyokoro TV. Ruth Gender Foundation.
I'm Ruth Edema Collins. I hold a first degree in physics electronics, a postgraduate qualification in business administration, and a nationally certified French language tutor. Career-wise, I'm an educational facilitator. I'm the managing director at Atlantic Media and TV, and I'm also a director at Rukotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited. I'm a wife and a mother, and I like dressing up to show up. Yeah, so that's basically me. Thank you. Root Gender Foundation was inspired from my personal experiences growing up as a young girl in a typical Nigerian environment. For me, it was being different. It made people bully me, abuse me, and harass me. I was always misunderstood and underrated. Root Gender is a foundation that is dedicated to building confidence in the Nigerian girl child through educational and inspirational programs like supporting programs that promote girl child education. We also organize physical exercises for our young girls for the overall well-being of their mental and physical states, and also for the acquisition of self-defense skills. We also sensitize girls on laws that protect them. In our constitution, a lot of girls do not know that they have rights, that there are laws that protect their interests in Nigeria. Hence, they are vulnerable, they are living in fear, which is stopping them from reaching their full potentials. So we sensitize them on the laws that protect their interests. This, like I said, is visioned towards building confidence in the Nigerian girl child. So that is just a wrap-up of what we do at Root Gender Foundation. I would say I resonate with the struggles and the challenges of the girl child, particularly the Warri girl child. I happen to grow up in the heart of Warri. From an average background. My family is an average one, but I experienced a lot. Like I said, I was bullied, I was overlooked, I was harassed for being a different child, for daring to be different, and nobody was taking note and tapping into my potentials. So my interest for the girl child is I would love to be a voice for the girl child. They need people to believe in them. They need people to speak for them. I also want the Warri girl child to know that there is hope beyond the reef. I want them to see the bigger picture. I want them to know that they can compete on global platforms. They can compete on international platforms, and they can do very well. We have the likes of Ada Gold, or Maumi, and the rest of them. They are all competing very well on international platforms, and I know that you too can do that, and I want you to know that is why we are here. Root Gender Foundation is here to make you understand that you can actually be what you want to be. As part of our objectives at Root Gender Foundation, we are dedicated to promoting girl-child education. Like I said, I represent the brand Warri Girl Child. I represent the brand, the African Girl Child, because I have gone through the struggles from there to here. So giving 2 million to the best female participants is just a way to share them on. It's just a way to make them know that we believe in you. I believe in you. You can look up to us. We are sharing you on. It is not about the money. We believe in your potential. We want our girls to know that you are doing the right thing at the right time. You are in the right place, and this is what you should be doing. That's why we are supporting you, and we will always be here to support you. Girl-child empowerment to me is enforcing laws that protect our girl child. You know, my NGO, we've been pursuing a bill that we will see to be passed. We are asking that our girls should be allowed to carry pepper spray as weapons of self-defense. Because if you look at it, our women have nothing to protect themselves. They are just there by the grace of God. So we are pursuing laws that will protect the girl child. So empowerment, girl child empowerment to me is enforcing laws that protect the girl child, educating the girl child on time and money management, financial literacy, and equipping them with self-defense skills. Also, access to quality education. This to me is girl child empowerment and nothing more. A girl child must possess effective communication skills. They should be able to communicate effectively. A girl child should be financially literate. She should know how to manage her finances, and she should also know how to manage her time. Yes. Also, most importantly, another skill is self-awareness. It's important for our girls to know who they are, to believe in themselves. That's the vision of our NGO, building confident girls that can achieve their full potentials in Nigeria. That is our NGO's vision. So yeah, those are some of the skills I believe that the girl child should possess. She needs role models. She needs people that have dared that path and have made it. Our young girls need role models. That's why we have to do better. We have to do the work. We have to bridge the gap. We have to share them on like we are doing. You can achieve your dreams. First, you have to make education your best friend. Every effort you put into learning will always be there for you to never fail you. Boys will break your heart, people will break your heart, but every effort you put towards learning anything, everything will always come through for you. So for you to achieve your dreams, look towards the right people, look towards the right direction. There are people that have achieved in that route. I will encourage you to look up to them, learn from them. That is just the way to achieve your dreams. My message.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
It is the Ogiame Atuwatse III intercollegiate quiz and debate competition. I'm your hostess, Rejoice Debekeme here. We started with the first round. Wow, we've had 64 schools, and now the second round we have 32 schools, and this is the debate edition, the knockout stage. As a matter of fact, only a few schools will be moving on to the next round. Who are they going to be? We're going to find out shortly. We have 12 schools slated for every day, and we've had 6 schools down and 6 more to go. Let's make a set of schools for the next session. Who are they? We have Cambridge International School, and Iwere College. And then they're going to be speaking for and against the motion, is Nigeria ready for a cashless economy? We're going to find out if they're going to convince us or confuse us. Now let's make welcome the lead speaker from the very prestigious Cambridge International School.
The question of whether Nigeria is ready for a cashless economy puts us at a crossroads, so to say. We could choose to continue down the path of cash-based transactions with all its attendant risks and downsides. Or we could boldly step into the future, embracing the numerous benefits of a cashless economy. On the side of the proposition, I unapologetically posit that Nigeria is ready for a cashless economy. My argument will rest on 4 key points, which I will unleash in a jiffy. But before then, good day, moderator, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, and my esteemed audience. My name is Brian Esijemide, a student of the ever-prestigious Cambridge International School, and I stand here to support the motion for a cashless economy with the following points. Firstly, a cashless economy would ensure the reduction of unnecessary queues. We've all experienced the frustration of standing in long lines at banks and ATMs just to perform transactions. Not only is this a waste of one's precious time, but it also takes a significant toll on individuals, particularly the elderly, pregnant women, and people with disabilities. Furthermore, a cashless economy would have helped to mitigate the suffering of Nigerians during the period of cash scarcity just before the 2023 general elections. The trauma and loss of lives caused by the lack of access to cash would have been avoided, as digital payment of a cashless economy would have enabled people provide for essential goods and services without relying on physical cash. Secondly, a cashless economy would lead to reduced corruption. If all transactions are digital, they become traceable and accountable. This will significantly reduce the incidence of corruption, as business leaders and public officials will be held accountable for their actions. Thirdly, a cashless economy would ensure personal safety against a cash-based economy, which poses a significant risk to our personal safety. When individuals are forced to carry large sums of money to the market or other destinations, they become vulnerable to robbery and violence. The risk of getting attacked, injured, or even killed is a stark reality in our society. We've all heard stories of travelers who were ambushed, robbed, or murdered while carrying cash. Oh, too bad. The trauma and devastation caused by these incidents are immeasurable, and so it is unacceptable that in this modern age, where we pride ourselves of being a civilized society, we still expose ourselves to such risks. In this era of modern advancements, where we have access to smartphones, televisions, and other modern conveniences, isn't it rather ironic that we still rely on cash-based transactions? Permit me to be colloquial, not be juju be that. My opponents may argue that Nigeria's infrastructure is not yet robust enough to support a cashless economy. They may point to the problems of internet connectivity or digital literacy. I laugh because such a point is already dead on arrival, as these issues can be addressed by strategic investments on infrastructure and education. In fact, many Nigerian banks and fintech companies are already making significant strides in this regard. My opponent might also argue that a cashless economy would tend to disenfranchise certain segments of the population, that being the elderly or people in rural areas that might not have the necessary skills or access to digital platforms. However, I counter this by saying that this issue can also be addressed by targeted education and training programs, as well as the development of alternative digital payments suitable to people of these groups. Why would anyone even say that Nigeria, the giant of Africa, is not ready for a cashless economy? If we could fully imbibe the Western culture of miniskirts, long eyelashes, and iPhones of all series, why would anyone even think that we're not ready for a cashless economy? Co-debaters, my audience, feel free to quote me anywhere. We are more than ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you too to the lead speaker there of Cambridge International School. Now over to the formidable, wow, all in white. Let's make welcome the lead speaker of Iwere College.
Our elders once said, experience is the best teacher. With this, I would respectfully say, good day, moderator, impartial panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, participants of the supporting team, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Standing vehemently on my feet is Ohikokai dignity. I'm a bona fide student of the renowned Iwere College, Koko, and I stand before you today to strongly oppose the motion which states, is Nigeria ready for a cashless economy? Well, the answer to that question is an affirmative no. Before I tell you why I said the answer is no, I want us to understand what a cashless economy is. A cashless economy is a financial system where transactions are conducted digitally without the use of physical cash. Instead of using banknotes and coins, people's businesses rely on electronic payment methods such as bank transfer, credit and debit card, mobile money, and online payment platform. While digital transactions have benefits, a fully cashless system is neither essential nor practical for a thriving economy, especially in a country like Nigeria. Our nation, Nigeria, is not ready for a cashless economy due to the following reason. Firstly, cash is reliable and accessible to everyone. A cashless economy excludes millions of people who rely on physical money for their daily transactions. According to the NCC, Nigeria Communication Commission, about 40% of Nigerians remain unbanked and have no access to the internet. This automatically means that they have no access to mobile financial services. Many traders, farmers, and artisans also rely on physical cash due to unreliable digital system payments in the rural communities. Can we truly say that a cashless economy is necessary if it excludes large portion of the population? Next, digital transactions are prone to failures. A cashless system depends on stable internet and electricity. Both are unreliable in Nigeria. Frequent bank network failures, slow transaction processes, and power outage causes delay and frustration. Imagine you at a marketplace trying to purchase food, maybe for your children, for your family, and you're having payment and your payment fails due to a network issue. How are you guys going to eat that day? Cash, on the other hand, does not fail. Talking about high cost of digital transaction. Using cash is free, but digital transactions comes with many charges. Bank transfer fee, ATM withdrawal charge, and POS transaction cost add up quickly for a small-scale trader and a low-income earner. These fees make digital payments more expensive than using cash. Dependence on cash due to emergency. During an emergency situation, cash remains a reliable medium of exchange. Going down the memory lane during the COVID-19 lockdown in Nigeria, many Nigerians found it easier to deal with cash than to rely on online payments. And finally, lack of financial literacy. Many Nigerians lack financial literacy to fully navigate a cashless system. For example, in 2022, a survey revealed that only 39% of Nigerians understood how mobile money works. So a shift to a cashless economy will overwhelm the citizens and lead the country to frustration. In conclusion, a cashless economy is not necessary. It is expensive, exclusional, unreliable. And unreliable. Instead of eliminating cash, let us rather improve inclusion, secure digital transaction, and strengthen the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, with this point I have given, I hope it is obvious that our nation Nigeria is not ready for a cashless economy. Thank you.
Oh wow, there's just something different about the lead speakers for this particular session. You know, very classy, very demure, very intentional, very soft-spoken going on there. They have laid the foundation for their points. We're going to find out how the support speakers are going to cement on it right after this break. Stay
The
with us.
Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ogeoyokoro TV.
Reply, great Nigerian students. Are you sure you want to be great? If you are sure, say great. Now, I want to say this. I'm a proud product of Nana College. I left Nana College 2003. I love you guys. And also, I'm also in the teaching profession. I also taught in Don Domingos College from 2017. To date, I'm still doing the job. Kudos to you guys. Now, life now sense. When I don't say, you talk about drugs. Building your career in worry. Wisdom. So mothers, how you go tell your own picking? You don't begin to spray picking hair. You don't tell your picking hair to green for this age. And you want me to picking get better career. Now your picking on the wear bone shorts. You deliver. You say na fashion. I career want it bright. Now between Nigeria police and Nigeria army, who na like pass? Which one? Nigeria army, Nigeria police, Nigeria army. Army never slapped it before. Now army nice slap my brother. My brother won't buy orange. He can go mistake. Mash army. Army. God tell us, say, young man, you just step on me. My brother don't know say the army. When my brother go say sorry, if they follow army, they rake. Unknowing to them. So who are you? Who are you? What can you do? As he they rake the next way, see now. As I be slap as he talk, he leave orange because say yo ice cream, yeah. Army nice slap on guy, the guy walk enter filling station. He join queue. They motor back. Oh, gallon, he did there. As I said for motor, he go throw one step. As I said for the next motor, he go throw one step. As he's reach where the pump attendant reach, they say, oh yeah, gallon. He say, sell like here. Army don't slap it before. Not try ammo. Nigerian army. They talk about Nigerian police. Nigerian police now fear pass. For worry, one guy go say one phone craze. Now I carry collars, now I go be division. As he reach the station, now I march aqua. Where is this? All the police they run. Now I reach where said, imagine say, where is this? All the police they run. I know say for Nigeria, warriors.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
And the debate is far from over for the school, National School and Iwere College. They have hit the ground with their lead speakers for the first half. Now it's on to the second half where we hear from the support speakers reiterating and buttressing their points. Let's make welcome now the support speaker from Cambridge International School.
For decades, cash has been a lifeblood of our economy. What if I told you that this lifeblood is slowly poisoning our financial system? I dare to say that this cashless revolution is not coming, it's already here. And Nigeria has a choice to make, to lead the charge or to be left behind. Good day, moderator, panel of judges, timekeeper, co-debater, and my esteemed audience. My name is Egode Yvonne, a student of the prestigious Cambridge International School, and I'll be supporting the notion that Nigeria is ready for a cashless economy. To begin, Nigeria has all it takes at the moment to switch to a cashless economy. Maybe not seamlessly, but I bet you it's worth it. We have platforms like InterSwitch, Paystack, and Flutterwave that facilitate secure and efficient transaction. While some may argue that a no-cash economy is a radical experiment that will disrupt our way of life, I'll argue that this is a natural evolution to our financial system, one that will ultimately benefit all Nigerians. Secondly, a cashless economy offers freedom from germs and diseases associated with handling cash. Physical currency breeds microorganisms, viruses, and even bacteria that can lead to illnesses. Studies have shown that banknotes and coin harbor pathogens like E. coli and spread germs that are harmful to our health. Can we afford to continue well-being for the sake of physical cash? Certainly not. That way, we benefit vulnerable populations like that of the elders, young children, and those who compromise the immune system. Thirdly, Nigeria is a nation with over 150 million mobile subscribers. That shows that Nigeria has a huge potential for mobile banking and for digital payment. This makes it easier for people to access financial services and make transactions without the use of physical cash. And my opponent may point out concern about data privacy. Legitimate as this concern is, I'd like to point out that a cash-based transaction is not private either. In fact, digital payment offers a clear audit trail and can actually reduce the risk of financial crimes. In conclusion, a cashless economy is not just a possibility, it's an inevitability. And Nigeria is not just ready, she is ripe for the revolution. So let's seize our moment. Let's power of digital payment. Let's move our nation to a brighter and more prosperous future. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant, beautiful, well put there from the support speaker, Cambridge International School. Now let's make a warm welcome to the support speaker from Iwere College.
Good day, moderator, impartial panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, and my co-debaters. My name is Mudashiri Abimbola, and I'm here to build on the argument presented by my lead speaker. While the idea of a cashless economy may seem appealing, Nigeria is not yet ready for the change. Despite the potential benefits, a cashless economy would not be proper at this time. Why choose a cashless economy when we lack infrastructure? Many Nigerians, especially in rural areas, lack access to banking services, making it difficult for them to partake in a cashless economy. For example, in places like the rural Kano and the Niger Delta, Opama, they lack access to internet and electricity, making it difficult. Even the ordinary connectivity they don't have. So tell me, how would they be able to try for themselves in the cashless economy? That's not all. We'll still have the technological overload. A shift to cashless economy might overwhelm many Nigerians, especially the older generations. So we all remember the tragic incident that happened in 2022 when the CBN decision was to limit cash withdrawal in Nigeria, whereby causing a lot of chaos and confusion in banking halls. And the most important one is the security concern. Nigeria has the high risk of cybercrime. In fact, it is marked among the top 3 countries of corruption. And a shift to a cashless economy may exacerbate this problem. A recent report from the NCC shows that the cybercrime, which include digital fraud and online fraud, has reached over 70%, making it difficult to underlining the need for a cashless economy. In conclusion, I would like to say the decision before us here today is not just about a cashless economy, but about the future, the kind of Nigeria we both want to create. And that is why I urge you to consider the human impact of your decision and vote in favor of the truth. Thank you.
There we've had it. We've heard from the lead speakers and the support speakers. They have come through with passion and with brilliance, okay? But we have to go for a quick break so that on the other side, we're going to hear what our judges have to say and what the score sheets reveal. Stay with us.
Who has got what it takes to wear the intellectual crown? Who will conquer the stage and walk home with the King's Prize? The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition moves into the next phase, and the prize has just doubled. Now, the debate champion will take home a jaw-dropping 10 million naira. Likewise, the quiz winner, a mind-blowing 10 million naira. And if we have a single winner in both categories, the winner takes home all 20 million naira. The Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is not just a contest, it is the clash of brilliance, strategy, and determination. The fire is on.
Don't miss out on exciting news, events, and more. Stay connected by following us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Atlantic Media and TV.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined, uniquely different.
Wow! 20 billion naira up for grabs! Oh my god!
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition. The prize pool doubles from 10 million naira to a whopping 20 million naira. 10 million for the best in debate and 10 million for the best in quiz. The Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Gora Care Foundation, and proudly sponsored by Rukotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Kora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ugeoyokoro TV.
Alright, my name is Desoka, the comedy catalyst, one of Nigerian comedy.
Alright, guys, back again, yes, boss. My name is Osh, baby.
CME Alade.
Yeah, what up, people? It's your boy Victor Adi.
Girl Niniola.
My name is my wife, and just celebrity type man. My papa say, who won't carry cow, waka go, waka follow the cow. I know the life for you.
I see you know you're watching the Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Atlantic TV. Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Atlantic TV. Informative, educative, interesting, entertaining.
Worldwide, international.
Don't go anywhere, I'll catch you.
Don't touch that die. Atlantic TV. Boom. Atlantic TV. We wanna party.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different. The Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition.
Okay, a big congratulations to the participating schools right about now. Talking about Owerri College and Cambridge International Schools. You're all champions in your own right. Let's celebrate them. Okay, I know people are a little tense to clap right now because I mean the heart is doing giddy giddy bang bang. Going to come through. How is it going to do? My angels, come to walk now. Lord, my father, your baby is singing. Help them, Lord. Judges, Father, speak to their ears as they are collecting in our Imagine the kind of things going on in our minds right now as we're here. Competitions can be that intense. I mean, the pressure is literally real. And you're probably at the edge of your seat if you're watching from wherever it is that you are, because this is a global international competition, talking about the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. Okay, so just before we get to our judges and find out what their thoughts are on the performances, let me quickly ask the debaters, So, what superpower, what skill do you think you had that is most likely going to put you, over the other school? What would that be? You wear it?
A powerful intellect.
Your powerful intellect. You think that's what's going to give you the edge for the competition? Okay. How about you, Cambridge?
Yes, my confidence.
Your confidence. That's what's going to give you the edge. Okay. Intellect, confidence. Okay, let's find out how that goes. Judges, what do you think? Oh my.
At times some topic favor a particular school. But this time I feel like throwing my dress and wearing uniform to say all of this. Many of the topics are down to earth, meaning making the situation so real for us. Like we all suffer this money thing, this cashless thing. It's not working. We all know that. So you had the advantage to prove to them that what are you talking about? Let's talk about it. We're all suffering it. Poor internet, no electricity. POS is the new bank. Taking part of my money, which I hate. This is what you're supposed to tell them. And then your disposition is making you fall back. Then beat you for house before you come. Your face is too strong, even when we're telling you to smile. These guys came with the disposition they had and the confidence they had. They trust what they had to, even though they were lying to us. That's it. So please, the COVID memory brought so much bad memory to us. So you had everything in your hand, but you couldn't give it out. Thank you.
You're not clapping. Well, we witnessed presentation, good one, like we've seen, trying to convince us about what you left your homes with. But also part of the society, or part of the reality. We've seen what is going on. So we're trying to strike a balance between, what we're going through, what the experience looks like, and what you're trying to tell us, what you're trying to make us to buy into this day. I agree with the speaker that said the financial literacy level is very poor. It's not there. It is very true. Very true. The financial literacy is not there. It is also expensive. And of course, the cashless thing is unreliable. We lack infrastructure and the likes of it. But again, how well you're able to match these points and convince your listener matters a lot. But at any rate, both schools have done very well. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Just as the head judge has already said, Cambridge, I would say, they came in with their points. I wouldn't say they lied to us, so to say. But they were able to convince me, even if I wouldn't want to buy into the idea, but still, you were at college, you had your points, but you were not convincing enough. You have this, you talked about bank transfer charge that I was expecting you should push more, put more effort into it, and let me understand, how are they charging us? Well, you were rather too dull with your points. Thank you.
Okay, and then we've heard it there from our very distinguished professional judges. They have also given their final verdict. It's now time for us to find out who is going to the next round. Okay, so for Iwere College, they came through with a total of 40 points. And for Cambridge International School, they also came through with a total of 41 points. That's interesting, huh? Just 1 point difference going on there for both schools. Sometimes it's not necessarily about speed and accuracy. It's also about intellect, persuasion. It's about a lot of things going on there. I'm sure we heard the criteria from the judges initially. So in case you're wondering, how did that happen? What's going on there? Or maybe you should look again closely. Sometimes the more you look, the less you see. But trust me, you guys did excellent. Brilliant. Celebrate them one more time. Yes, but we have a winning school going to the next round, which is Cambridge International School. Congratulations to you. Let's celebrate them. And congratulations to you as well, Iwere College. You came through, you tried, you poured out your brilliance the best way that you could. You shoot your shot, you know, and yeah, we have you here. We are very proud of you. So there's no downer moment type of thing going on here. You're taking a learning, you know, experience from all of this. All right, can you celebrate you? Yeah, celebrate you. Okay, now it's time for us to end this session and open another. With the end of one is the beginning of another. We're going to get into another interesting round of debate right after the break. We really want you to stay with us. Are you going to stay with us? Yes, you will. So do it.
To the glory of God, this library is hereby blessed, commissioned, and declared open for the good of humanity and for the particular betterment of our land here in Delta State through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Especially DPO, they get big belly. The office, now the guy Masha, bah, officer, where is this? Now the officer look and say, no, this is here we send the charge card. National police, don't go there. They fear. National police now stop somebody. The guy carry bag, if they walk on you. Then they stop and say, young man, park there. Park there. Who they track? They say, park there. Where are you coming from? The guy said, I'm coming from my friend's place. Your friend's place? So where are you going to? I'm going to my friend's place. Come back. Come back. You are coming from your friend's place. You are going to your friend's place. Show us your bag. They open the bag. Nothing in the bag. Nothing to hold the guy. As the guy, they go, they call her, come back. Young man, you are going to your friend's place. Thief there, yeah. You won't go thief. How you go come off your friend's place? They go your friend's place with empty bag. Now you say you want thief. National police. Now, I tell people, life na sense. Not take drugs. One man take drugs. Now, I go climb mango tree. Climb mango tree, the next thing we will see, Helen and 4 come down. Now, people run come and say, Papa Sean, why you fall? He said, I don't ripe. Oh, you don't ripe? People come and look the guy. The guy don't ripe. No, where you they stay? He said, they stay Ogunu. Where for Ogunu? Before Brian. Now they put her for motor. They got the car, they go ask. Before we see, we can't if say normally, the way they tell us, it's not it ain't normal. As when they go, now I say, that's my son coming. Because one boy, they come outside for the compound. Say, that's my son coming. I say, this man normal. They're okay. The next thing we see, say, that's my daughter coming. I said, this man, no man, why you go for? The next one shock us, whoa, driver. We go see one man, they come out for the compound. And I said, that's me coming. You there here, you are coming? Oh, Bob, the country not balance. Not balance. The one way pay me for this country, every market, some days ago, he shocked me. One woman phone lost. Now they go report for every the police station. Say phone lost. Now they say call the number. Hello? 080-3897-2240. As I dial the number, now dip your pocket, you take the ring. As I talk to you, now dip your door, carry. The country no balance. Now finally, what it shocked me, they rush one woman when he get belly, go General Hospital. What it shocked me for that, all these men, doctor, now to the worry. Not be every job that they do. As a rush woman, emergency, man, doctor say, oh, I will do it, I will do it, I will check. I will check. The man say, don't check, oh, women, doctor, they don't check. He said, I will check. Now the man go check. As a woman born children, the two children are better. As I talk to you now, the daughter they Benin, he dey serve now. Wisdom. Now finally, before I leave, the only way you can make revenge in life is for you to make money. If you not get money, you not even make revenge. One man from my village, poor die, poverty. Now he name. Poverty. And for the family, he get only one pikin. If they train the pikin go army school, family no know. Listen, oh, pikin come big for army school, don't become oga. Papa could die. When Papa died, they call family meeting to bury the man. Pikin come, family no know say na army. Listen, oh, as they talk. He can't stand up as only son, make it talk. Now one father go meet her. Come on, shut up, sit down there. Army. Vest nation. You know army. Now he slap the elderly man. Boy, you slap me? Now all the elders they provoke the vest. Say for you to slap an elderly man, you will buy 4 goat. Now he vest, now he go. The day of the burial, trailer of goat. Now he enter. As he they enter, the first elderly man, when he see for the village, officer, now give him a give him 2 goats. The next one will see. Now the elders of the village call them Nidan. Oga slap me, give me goat. Oga slap me. So for you to make revenge, you must make money. God bless you, that's my time.
Oh, Bob, please put your hands together for it once more.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different. The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition.
And we're back like we never left. We've had 8 schools down and 4 more to go. This is the debate round. This is also the knockout stage. The second round for the Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition. Wow, we can only have some schools going through to the next round. Who are those schools who are going to come through victorious? We're about to find out. But what schools do we have in studio right now? I'm your moderator, it's Rejoice Debekeme, and we have here Cambridge International Schools, I beg your pardon, Elevado Schools and Erejua Grammar Schools. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Glad that you're here. Glad that you made it to round 2. Okay, now let's find out how you're going to do. But first of all, let me keep you informed real quick that we have a very distinguished panel of judges that are very present here. We have Mrs. Ochuko Orogu as the head judge. Can we celebrate her? We also have Comrade Ajay Adaron Karen, who's also here in the building. And then, of course, last but not the least, we have Mrs. Jane EBI People Samuel. She's also here. And real quick, they're going to let us know what the criteria and what some of the rules are for the debate before we hit the ground running. Over to you, judges.
Cheating leads to immediate disqualification. Decorum for all participants and teachers. Speakers must present well-structured arguments with logical reasoning and support evidence. Interruption of an opponent is not allowed. All participants will get a total of 9 minutes per team. 6 minutes for support. A countdown will begin 1 minute before the stop. Exceeding the time limit leads to deduction of marks. Judges are only expected to give their remark after each session along score points. Participants will be judged based on content delivery, public speaking and presentation skills, confidence, clarity and accuracy, neatness, time management, the use of offensive language, personal attacks, or unverified claims may lead to disqualification or score deduction. Audience are only permitted to chair after the presentation is concluded or indicated by the moderator. This is to avoid distraction to participants. Decisions made by the judging panel are final and cannot be contested. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the ultimate battle of the power of words and persuasion. It's now time to hit the ground running with our lead speakers. Now let's make welcome the lead speaker from Erejua Grammar School.
Should boarding school be abolished in Nigeria? I say a yes to that. Before I proceed, permit me to give respect to whom respect is due. Good day, moderator, impartial panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, my dear audience and online viewers. Standing before you is Olushewa Emipolet, and I'm here and I'm the representative of Erejua Second Grammar School. I'm here to firmly propose and support the motion which says, should boarding school be abolished in Nigeria? Boarding schools have been a long-standing tradition, but it's time to re-evaluate their relevance and effectiveness. While boarding schools provide a structured environment for learning, they also pose significant challenges that outweigh their benefits. First, emotional trauma. Many boarding schools often emotionally task students, particularly those who are separated from their families at a young age. Long-term emotional trauma and attachment issues. Many boarding schools often restrict parental involvement, which is essential for a child's emotional and psychological development. Secondly, boarding schools can often be overcrowded and poorly maintained facilities, leading to uncomfortable and unsanitary living conditions. Also, many boarding schools in Nigeria lack healthcare facilities and personnel, putting students' life and well-being at risk. Thirdly, high risk of substance abuse. Many boarding schools in Nigeria can provide a conducive environment to substance abuse, particularly among older students, such as smoking of weed and taking of hard drugs, etc. Also, bullying and abuse. Many students suffer physical, emotional, and even sexual abuses due to inadequate supervision. It pains me to recall the events which took place at Dowen College, Lagos, Nigeria, where a 12-year-old boy, Master Oromoni, was bullied to death. May his soul rest in peace. Amen. What a great loss to the family. The abolishment of the boarding system is long overdue. In conclusion, while boarding school may have been beneficial in the past, their drawbacks and challenges have outweighed their benefits. It's time for us to rethink our approach to education and prioritize community-based, family-centered, and inclusive environment for learning. My opponents may argue with me that boarding school provide a safe environment for learning, but in our present society, students now leave their hostel for night clubbings, even criminal. I urge this House to support the motion which says boarding schools should be abolished. With these few points of mind, I hope I've been able to convince and not to that boarding school should be abolished. Thank you.
Straight to the point. We've heard the lead speaker there from Erejua Grammar School. Now let's make welcome the lead speaker from Elevado School.
A boarding school is a garden where seeds of knowledge are sown and bright futures are grown. According to J.R.R. Tolkien, boarding school experience is a unique one that shapes you in ways that you may not even realize until later in life. A brilliant day to you, honorable panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, the ever-diligent moderator, co-debaters, and of course, my audience. My name is Yusuf Samir and I am the chief speaker for the opposition. I'm here to prove that boarding schools are not just an educational institution, but a breeding ground for future pioneers, visionaries, and great leaders. I stand before you not just to argue, but to reveal the undeniable truth. Boarding schools should not be abolished in Nigeria. This is not just a debate, but a battle between progress and regression, between excellence and mediocrity. So today, I challenge my opponents. If boarding schools are such a failure, why then have they produced some of Nigeria's greatest minds? Firstly, boarding schools produce the most responsible and self-sufficient individuals. They don't have their parents with them all the time telling them what to do, so they develop time management and problem-solving skills. Look at the great leaders, CEOs, and intellectual individuals who attended boarding schools. Nelson Mandela, a former president of South Africa, attended a Methodist school in South Africa. Prince Harry and Prince Williams, the British royal brothers, attended Eton College, one of the most prestigious colleges in the UK. The reality is, boarding schools teach students adaptability, resilience, and independence. In addition, living away from home makes students more emotionally mature and resilient. They learn how to manage different situations and handle their problems responsibly. Many great leaders, Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, and other successful Nigerians were shaped by the boarding school's exposure and lessons. You do not send a warrior into the battlefield without training. Boarding school is a training that future warriors of success need. While my opponents argue that boarding schools have bullying and abuse risks, I would say that the solution is not destruction, because the system itself is not the problem. Poor management is. While raising a very valid example, I would say that if schools can provide CCTV cameras in dormitories and common areas, the risk of bullying will be reduced. Anonymous report systems should be made accessible for students to report bullying cases without the fear of retaliation. My opponents raised that boarding schools have flaws. These flaws can be fixed without instruction. If a hospital has faulty equipment, do we close it or do we improve it? Bullying can also exist in day schools, families, and even workplaces. But do we abolish workplaces, families, or schools generally because of the issues? No, we address them. If greatness has flaws, are we supposed to abolish it or watch it grow and strengthen it, watch it build the great leaders of the next generation? Honorable judges, let us not make a mistake by abolishing a system which has produced some of the greatest minds in history. According to Aristotle, the fruits of education might be bitter, but according to Aristotle, the roots of education might be bitter, but the fruits are always sweet. The challenges they face can be addressed, but the solution is not destruction. Why harm our education system by abolishing this system? I stand unshaking. The motion must fall. Boarding schools should never be abolished in Nigeria. Thank you.
To abolish or not to abolish boarding schools, we've heard from the lead speakers there, from Erejuwa Grammar School and Elivado Schools. Now it's time for us to go for a quick break. When we return back, we're going to see and hear what the supporting speakers have to offer. Please stay close.
Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Earlier yesterday, 25th of November 2024, the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri, liaison to NNPCL, in collaboration with the Kora Global Care Foundation, visited 9 schools in Warri, Delta State, to fulfill its commitment made on the 24th of October to pay for the enrollment of over 100 students in Senior Secondary School 3. Prior to this day, the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri, liaison to NNPCL, had organized a one-day career seminar for senior secondary school students in Warri South, Warri Southwest, Warri North and environs, tagged "The Future of the Warri Child." The Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri, liaison to NNPCL, in collaboration with the foundation, organized a 4-day school tour to fulfill its promises and to also sensitize the schools for the upcoming quiz and debate competition coming up January to June 2025. Yesterday being the first day of the school tour, Mr. Kokatoyo, Executive Secretary of the Foundation, alongside members of the Foundation, visited the following schools: Wingate Modern College, Benchill Schools, Eaglemite International Schools, Dom Domingos, Demonstration Secondary School, Montessori International, Ugborikoko Secondary School, Elivado Delta Secondary School.
I just want to thank the Olu of Warri and his team for offering me this free enrollment. Thank you so much.
I feel very grateful for this opportunity, and I pray that God will bless all the people that helped in paying my work fees.
Presently, all my children, they want to attend that seminar again. We look forward to the competition coming up in January.
He's a good man for doing this for so many students out there. God should bless him and guide him and his family.
Ogiame Atuwatse III.
The enrollment continues today.
When I don't feel like reading, I will read until I feel like reading. Your future is in your hand as a student, not in the hands of your parents.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
Getting ready and set, or should I say overly prepared for their session, we have Ogiame Grammar School versus Elivado Schools. We've had their first session with them. The lead speakers have spoken. Indeed, now it's time for us to hear and listen very attentively to the support speakers. Are we ready?
Yes, moderator.
Are you sure?
Yes, moderator.
One more time, are you ready?
Yes, moderator.
All right, let's hear it for Ogiame Grammar School.
Good day, moderator, impartial panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, my dear audience. Standing before you is Aki Ansa Ayoshe. I'm a student from Ogiame Second Grammar School, Odeshekere. I'm here to proudly support the motion which says, should boarding school be abolished in Nigeria? I'll give a yes to that. Here are my points. Firstly, health risks. The close living quarters in the boarding schools facilitate the spread of illness and diseases, such like measles, COVID, chickenpox, so on and so forth. In the boarding schools, we can easily transfer different types of diseases to one another. Secondly, separation of families. but the school separates children from their families. Thirdly, corruption and oppression. Some boarding schools in Nigeria have been afflicted with corruption and oppressions, such as cultism, ritualism, homosexualism, and lesbianism. And also oppression. The elder people in the boarding schools oppress the younger ones in the boarding schools. Fourthly, limit students for special needs. Boarding school limits students with special needs, like students that have immediate desire. They limit their needs. In conclusion, poor food qualities. Boarding school provide poor food quality for students to eat that will affect their mental health and their academic performance. I hope with these few points of mine, I'll be able to convince you that boarding school should be abolished in Nigeria. Thank you.
Support speaker. She has come through. Now let's make welcome the support speaker from Elevado Schools.
Boarding schools are like open doors to limitless opportunities. Imagine a world where discipline, academic excellence is rare, and students lack independence. That is the world we risk creating if boarding schools should be abolished. Boarding schools are not just institutions, but the powerhouse of excellence, forging great leaders, innovators, and global icons. Hence, the question isn't whether boarding schools should be abolished, but the real question is, why destroy an institution that has produced some of the greatest minds in history? And with this, good day, Mr. Chairman, executive panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, worthy opponents in my ever-attentive audience. I am Eliafo Emanuela, the second speaker of Elevado's debate team, and I'm here to passionately oppose the motion which says that should boarding schools be abolished in Nigeria? 1. Boarding schools build independence and also self-reliance. One of the biggest advantages boarding school has is the ability to build self-reliance. In today's world, independence is not an option but a necessity. Day students tend to rely on their parents for everything, while boarding school students are taught more on time management, problem-solving skills, and exemplicity. Examples of great minds who attended boarding schools are the likes of our very own Wole Soyinka, who schooled as a boarder in Government College of Ibadan, the likes of the 44th President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, who attended Pune House School in Hawaii, Femi Otedola, the third richest man in Africa, Oprah Winfrey, the top media executive and former top show host, who schooled as a boarder in Tennessee, and many others. So I challenge my opponents. If boarding school is so bad, why is it that parents still choose them for their children as a better source of better future? 2. My opponent argues that boarding school leads to mental health issues, but mental health issues exist in both systems. What about boarders and day students who comes from unloving, unsupported, abusive and financially struggling homes? What are we going to say about them? Remember that not all homes provide a loving and supportive environment. Day students tend to use their time more on social media rather than boarding school. Cyberbullying and unrealistic things happens, which will lead to depression, anxiety, and also mannerism. Examples are some students who spend most of their time on social media rather than reading and being focused in class. Conclusively, the discipline of the dormitory of a child, because when a child is disciplined, he or she can remain focused. Boarding schools helps in building the child up in the proper way that he or she will go. Boarding schools doesn't prepare but for a lifetime. As a Chinese proverb says, that if you teach a man how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. But if you feed a man with a fish, you only feed him for a day. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it from Elevado Schools and Elevado Grammar School. We've heard their lead speakers and of course their supporting speakers. May the best arguments win. We're going to find out how that pans out when we return from the break, and then our judges will give us their final verdict. Stay close.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ugeoyokoro TV.
We really appreciate the fact that you are following through with the prestigious Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition. I'm your host and moderator, Rejoice. Debekeme is my name. You know, when you're with me, you don't have a choice but to rejoice. We're going to find out who's going to rejoice in all the way into the next round. Right about now, we've just heard from Erejua Grammar School and, of course, Elivado schools as well. Well, let's find out what our judges have got to say. Judges, over to you.
Wow. It's a debate. But the truth is this, you never know what the mindset of the judges is prior to you coming to tell us about the topic. I may be against boarding school. I may be in favor of boarding school. But your ability to convince me to tilt either ways, that's what makes you the winner. So I'll say may the best team win.
Well, once again, good performance. Nevertheless, somebody has to emerge on the other side of the coin. But I want to find out from Erejua Grammar School is to generalize that all the points you have against boarding system, it cuts across all schools, all boarding schools across the country. Anyway, I do not expect an answer from you. I'm only just, asking a question. And for Elevado, you talked about providing CCTV. Your principal is not here. Probably your school wants to sponsor it in all the schools that have boarding facilities across the country. So maybe you need us to assist you to communicate it to your principal. Thank you.
None. Okay, so I was just wondering where the points came from. Well, I've been convinced in one way, and I'm not going to say it more than that. But all of this is preparation and seriousness to your topic. Once you're serious and you know what the topic is all about and putting yourself into the situation, it tends to help very, very well. Thank you.
That round of applause looks like it needs more food, more energy, more. Come on. It's a whole lot. My goodness. Competition, you know, it's one thing to be able to stand before anybody to talk when you're not even under any pressure to compete. Not to talk of when you're actually competing against the forum motion during a debate. It's a whole lot. Let's celebrate them again. Come on. What? Oh my God. But yes, the hour has come. The result sheets are out and we have to find out who is going to the next round. For a Ridgewell Grammar School, they came through with a total of 36 points. And for Elevado Schools, they totaled 42 points. So you see, it's not just about speaking, it's about persuasion. It's about owning and commanding your stage. Anytime that you have to speak anywhere in the world. I think it was one of the judges that mentioned, you know, if you can persuade well enough, you can convince a rat to buy poison. You know, literally. So yeah, it depends on your persuasive skills, but indeed the students have come through. They have done brilliantly well, and I'm sure they've taken home a thing or two that they're going to improve on as they go forward. Congratulations to Elevado Schools. They've made it to the next round. And congratulations to Ridgewell Grammar School for even trying in the first place. We celebrate you. And we're rooting for you. Okay, there we've had it for this particular session. Now it's time for us to go for a quick break. And then when we're back, we're going to have the last lap for today's session for the debate for the Ogiame Atuwatse III Intercollegiate Quiz and Debate Competition. Please do well to stay with us.
Don't miss out on exciting news, events, and more. Stay connected by following us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Atlantic Media and TV.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation and proudly sponsored by Rocotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ugeoyokoro TV. Ruth Gender Foundation.
I'm Ruth Edema Collins. I hold a first degree in physics electronics, a postgraduate qualification in business administration, and a nationally certified French language tutor. Career-wise, I'm an educational facilitator. I'm the managing director at Atlantic Media and TV, and I'm also a director at Rocotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited. I'm a wife and a mother, and I like dressing up to show up. Yeah, so that's basically me. Thank you. Root Gender Foundation was inspired from my personal experiences growing up as a young girl in a typical Nigerian environment. For me, it was being different. It made people bully me, abuse me, and harass me. I was always misunderstood and underrated. Root Gender is a foundation that is dedicated to building confidence in the Nigerian girl child through educational and inspirational programs like supporting programs that promote girl child education. We also organize physical exercises for our young girls for the overall well-being of their mental and physical states, and also for the acquisition of self-defense skills. We also sensitize girls on laws that protect them. In our constitution, a lot of girls do not know that they have rights, that there are laws that protect their interests in Nigeria. Hence, they are vulnerable, they are living in fear, which is stopping them from reaching their full potentials. So we sensitize them on the laws that protect their interests. This, like I said, is visioned towards building confidence in the Nigerian girl child. So that is just a wrap up of what we do at Root Gender Foundation. I would say I resonate with the struggles and the challenges of the girl child, particularly the Warri girl child. I happen to grow up in the heart of Warri. From an average background. My family is an average one, but I experienced a lot. Like I said, I was bullied, I was overlooked, I was harassed for being a different child, for daring to be different, and nobody was taking note and tapping into my potentials. So my interest for the girl child is I would love to be a voice for the girl child. They need people to believe in them. They need people to speak for them. I also want the Warri girl child to know that there is hope beyond the reef. I want them to see the bigger picture. I want them to know that they can compete on global platforms. They can compete on international platforms, and they can do very well. We have the likes of Ada Gold, or Maumi, and the rest of them. They are all competing very well on international platforms, and I know that you too can do that, and I want you to know that is why we are here. Root Gender Foundation is here to make you understand that you can actually be what you want to be. As part of our objectives at Root Gender Foundation, we are dedicated to promoting girl child education. Like I said, I represent the brand Warri Girl Child. I represent the brand the African Girl Child, because I have gone through the struggles from there to here. So giving 2 million to the best female participants is just a way to share them on. It's just a way to make them know that we believe in you. I believe in you. You can look up to us. We are sharing you on. It is not about the money. We believe in your potential. We want our girls to know that you are doing the right thing at the right time. You are in the right place, and this is what you should be doing. That's why we are supporting you, and we will always be here to support you. Girl child empowerment to me is enforcing laws that protect our girl child. You know, my NGO, we've been pursuing a bill that we will see to be passed. We are asking that our girls should be allowed to carry pepper spray as weapons of self-defense. Because if you look at it, our women have nothing to protect themselves. They are just there by the grace of God. So we are pursuing laws that will protect the girl child. So empowerment, girl child empowerment to me is enforcing laws that protect the girl child, educating the girl child on time and money management, financial literacy, and equipping them with self-defense skills. Also, access to quality education. This to me is girl child empowerment and nothing more. A girl child must possess effective communication skills. They should be able to communicate effectively. A girl child should be financially literate. She should know how to manage her finances, and she should also know how to manage her time. Yes. Also, most importantly, another skill is self-awareness. It's important for our girls to know who they are, to believe in themselves. That's the vision of our NGO, building confident girls that can achieve their full potentials in Nigeria. That is our NGO's vision. So yeah, those are some of the skills I believe that the girl child should possess.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
And it's on to the final lap for today's debate session for the knockout stage. Second round for the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. It's been a very thrilling ride on here with a lot of logic and persuasion and power of words flying left, right, back and center. Right now, let's find out what our last set of schools have to offer. In the building, we have Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School. And they're going head-to-head against Christ the Redeemer Prime Seed College. And they're going to be battling it out for the topic, is cultural preservation more important than modernization? Let's find out how they're going to come through with their strong argumentative points. We can't wait to see how this flows. Okay, so we're maintaining and standing on existing protocol. Right now, talking about the criteria for the debate rules. Contestants, are you ready? Yes, we are. We know we are. We are sure we are. You are ready to win this round. Win this round. I like the sound of it. Awesome. Okay, so let's make welcome right now the lead speaker from Mother of the Redeemer Secondary School.
According to Marcus Garvey, a people without the knowledge of their culture, history and tradition are like trees without roots. As we gather here today, let us take time to reflect on the values of our cultural heritage. With this I say, good day Mr. Chairman, Moderator, Honorable Panel of Judges, accurate timekeeper, worthy opponents and my audience. I am Ogiame Anita, a student of Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School, Efron, and I am here to support the motion which says, is cultural preservation more important than modernization? Cultural preservation is the maintenance and protection of both tangible things like statues and artifacts, and intangible things like oral tradition, languages, religion, and cultural norms. It is believed that cultural preservation belongs to the past, but this is not true. As Carl Sagan once said, we have to know the past in order to understand the present. The goal of cultural preservation is to protect and preserve a society's historical, cultural, and artistic heritage for future generations. Cultural preservation is very important in our world today, as it gives one a sense of identity and belonging. It is the foundation on which the society is built. It shapes our identities, values, norms, and our way of life. It defines where people are, where they come from, and their stories. Modernization, on the other hand, is the transformation of a society from a traditional and rural way of life to a modern way of life. Modernization focuses on technological advancement, economic growth, and improved standard of living at the expense of the human person. But what is development if it does not have the human person as its major priority? Just as an individual loses its essence without emotions, memories, and experiences, a society without its culture becomes lost. Modernization, in its attempt to standardize lifestyle, has given birth to a belief among young Africans that the African culture is evil, archaic, and unfriendly. These have led to the death of many of our indigenous languages and traditional institutions. It has helped to normalize social vices like homosexualism, contempt and disrespect for elders, traditions, and everything sacred. In the so-called modern world, parents are afraid to scold or discipline their children, forgetting what the Bible says in Proverbs 22 verse 6. Train up a child in the way that he should go, so that when he gets old, he does not depart from it. Youth now have no fear or limits, so what they can do in the society. These have brought about evil practices like ritual killing, organ harvesting, human trafficking, and prostitution. My opponents may argue that these evil practices are all in tone with cultural preservation, but that is not true. It is not in our culture to put money above humans. The evil practices we all talk about were all abolished when we saw the evil that is caused. The beauty of culture is that it evolves and reinvents itself in order to meet the needs of the people. What is harmful is forgotten, unlike modernization that continues its harmful practices as long as it yields financial gain. Cultural preservation is a source of revenue to the economy, as people are still interested in anything culture at its rawest form. These have helped countries like India and China, and African countries like Nigeria and Egypt, to make money from the display of culture on our historical sites. My opponents may argue that that modernization has brought in tourists. But if not for cultural preservation, what would these tourists coming into Nigeria come to see? What are we displaying on social media if not cultural preservation? Festivals like Calabar Carnival in Cross River State, the Agongo Fishing Festival in Kebbi State, and Osun Festival in Osun State have helped to bring tourists, making Nigeria a recognized country. If not for cultural preservation that made there to be an Ogiame Atuwatse, who would have been the sponsor of this great event? If we're left to continue to our African ways, we would have slowly evolved while staying true to our culture. We were once making use of earthen pots to cool our water, palm oil to power our street lamps, which were free. Back in those days, when everything was all culture and simple, people only had to worry about basic needs like food, shelter, and clothing. But modernization came in and made the cost of living for the average African more expensive. People now buy cars, electronics, and are able to connect to other people in the world. But where has that gotten us to? Bills, 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 and bills. In order to collect our own money, we now pay money. We now buy the Naira notes. We exchange money for money. Back in those days, when we were making use of cowries, did we ever buy cowries? If we're left to continue with our African ways, we would have slowly evolved and not have an educational system where learners struggle to grasp abstract concepts or a stagnant technology that is over-reliant on expatriates, reducing Africans into mere spectators in our development. Modernization did not really make life easy, but for the wealthy. Many homes do not have washing machine, cars, blenders, etc. The life is only easy for those who can afford it. In conclusion, culture is a precious legacy that reflects shared humanity. It is essential in maintaining cultural diversity, fostering a sense of connection, and passing down information to our generations. While challenges persist, individuals, communities, societies, groups, and international organizations must work together to protect and celebrate our culture by ensuring that the treasures of the past continue to inspire and enrich the present and the future. Thank you.
Okay, opening the floor there, we have the lead speaker from Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School. Now let's make welcome the lead speaker from Christ the Redeemer Prime Seed College.
We live in a world where science, technology, and industrialization have completely revolutionized every aspect of our existence. And so, if you say that cultural preservation is more important than modernization, you say we should accept stagnation. You say we should accept regression as a way of life. Do you propose that we continue to borrow from countries who have accepted modernization as a way of life and it has blessed them with financial stability? Absolutely not. With this I say, good day panel of judges, the accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, the respected jury members, and our online viewers. My name is Elo Genezino Blossom Ogiagbefa from the prestigious Christ the Redeemer's Prime Seed High School. Standing here to decline the motion which says that cultural preservation is more important than modernization. I stand before you today not as an enemy of culture, but as one who disregards the wisdom of our ancestors, but as one who sees the truth, the undeniable, inevitable truth, that modernization, in fact, is not an enemy of culture. It's the light that refines it. It's the wind that carries it forward. What's this modernization? Modernization is the act or process of transforming a society, organization, a people, or a private individual from painfully outdated methods of operation to a more modern, efficient, and effective one. What is culture? Culture is a story woven through time, told from lips to ears, from hearts to souls. But what good is a story if it never turns a new page? What good is tradition if it blinds us, if it binds us, if it tells us that we must never change? History is littered with page after page, scribe after scribe, of people who have been marred by tradition, scarred by culture, and imprisoned by outdated cultural beliefs. The saying goes that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Let us take a look at history, into the dark ages of slave trade. There was once a time when our fathers and mothers were stolen from their homes, shackled in iron, sold like livestock, families torn apart, names erased from existence, bodies beaten into submission. And some said it was culture. Some said it was tradition for the whites to feel supreme to the blacks. But was it culture or tradition that stopped slave trade? No. It was modernization that brought about the rise of human rights, that dared to say, this is wrong. Let us flip the pages into our own history books. There was once a time in Calabar, Nigeria, when the birth of twins was not a blessing but a curse. In the very grip of superstition, the Efiks believed that twins were evil spirits, harbingers or carriers of misfortune and calamity. Mothers wept as their children were being snatched from their arms, disposed in the forest, mutilated or even buried alive. And yet, some still say we should preserve culture at all costs. I ask again, at what cost? Should we preserve that same culture that murdered innocent children in the name of tradition? Absolutely not. It was not tradition or culture that ended the killing of twins in Calabar. It was modernization that exchanged ignorance with understanding and education, that turned brutality into laws. And now, in the very place where twins were once cast aside and slaughtered, they are celebrated. It has transformed death into life, fear into joy. Modernization, in fact, is not an enemy of culture. It purifies it and refines it, ensuring that no mother ever has to watch her children die in the name of tradition. That, my dear, is the power of progress. Is there still any among us here who would deny that modernization is not the hand that lifts our society to greater heights? If so, let us take a look at our very presence here today. We stand here debating, reasoning, competing, but not under the shadows of outdated beliefs, but under the vision of a great leader, a legendary leader, the Oluwafori, the Ogiame Atuwatse III. Wasn't it once believed by our ancestors and his ancestors that education is a weapon by our white colonizers to steal our children or turn them against us? But now education has been made free to all because they have seen such benefits. And even the girl child, which was once seen as inferior, has a right to education. That is the power of modernization. A question for my opponents and everyone around. Let us take a look at our very effect of modernization in our own lives. I ask, will you throw away the phones in your pocket that connects you to your loved ones across the world? Will you debunk modern medicine that has saved countless of lives from deadly plagues and soul-sucking diseases? Will you silence the voices of our heroes and our nationalists that fought for change and modernization? Will you debunk modern transportation because our ancestors walked through the continent barefooted? In fact, no. As I said before, that modernization is not an enemy of culture. It refines it. It purifies it. Should we allow our steps to cling to the past? Or should we allow modernization to take us forward? Should we allow our culture be a cage? Or should we let it be a compass that directs us? I do not stand against culture. What I stand against is stagnation. I don't stand for forgetting our roots. I stand for letting them grow into mighty trees that touch the sky. As I said before, modernization is not an enemy of culture. It is its evolution, its renaissance, its promise that our past was not in vain, that our suffering was not in vain, but a milestone and a stepping stone for our future, to soar greater generations and future generations to greater heights that we could not ever dream of. This, my dear, is the power of modernization. With this, I take a bow. Thank you.
During that session, I don't know, that's been like the most quiet of it. I felt it was so quiet in here. I was wondering, are there still people there? Everybody's just, like listening and stuff. We've just witnessed from the lead speakers of the brilliant, formidable, prestigious schools here, talking about Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School and Christ the Redeemer Prime State College. We have witnessed the battle of words, of logic, of persuasion, of intellectuality coming through. I can't wait to find out what the support speakers are going to sound like. And I know you can't wait to, but you have to keep it locked in and stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
Alright, my name is Desoka, the comedy catalyst, one of Nigerian comedy.
Alright, guys, back again, yes, boss. My name is Osh, baby.
Ogiame Atuwatse.
Yeah, what up, people? It's your boy Victor Edi.
Girl Ninyola.
My name is my wife, and just celebrity type man.
My papa say, who won't carry cow, waka follow the cow. I know the life for you.
As you know, you're watching the Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Atlantic TV. Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Keep watching Atlantic TV.
Atlantic TV.
Informative, educative, interesting, entertaining.
Worldwide, international.
Don't go anywhere, I'll catch you.
Don't touch that die. Atlantic TV. Boom. Atlantic TV. We wanna party.
Atlantic TV. Culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Your future is in your hand as a student, not in the hands of your parents, teacher, or anybody. Do not allow anybody to tell you that education is a scam.
The vision of the future of the world child started in 2002. Our vision is to build a world where every child is inspired to pursue their passion, reach their full potential, and contribute meaningfully to their community. Our mission is to empower the world child to embrace their unique personalities and temperaments, fostering a future of self-discovery, personal growth, and
the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
Okay, and we are back like we never left. We have heard from the lead speakers. It's now time for the supporting speakers to give us their best shot and bring their A game through. Let's see how they're going to shine through right about now. If you're ready, we are. Welcome to the second round, to the debate round, to the knockout stage for the Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition. I'm your host and moderator. It's Rejoice Debekeme here. Are you ready, contestants?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Audience, are you ready? Everybody's ready. Let the games begin. Now let's welcome the support speaker from Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School.
All protocol duty observed. I'm Ogiame Esther, a bona fide student of Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School, Efron, and I'm here to firmly support the motion that says cultural preservation is more important than modernization. First and foremost, cultural preservation is a tool for social harmony and unity. Our cultural age grade system, cultural festivals, moonlight dances and stories were all unifying factors. And as we all know, we used to have cordial relationship with our neighbors. A problem for one was a problem for all. But modernization has divided us and made us far apart from each other, even when we are at close proximity. It has created a vacuum in the basic unit of the society, which is the family, as most family members struggle to hold meaningful conversations because they prefer to be glued to their cell phones. And this has created an invisible wall. This divide has led to broken homes, isolation, and an increase in the rates of depression and suicide. Nowadays, people tend to record others' suffering rather than lend a helping hand. In addition, modernization has also led to an increase in crime rates due to the emergence of sophisticated weapons like guns and bombs, which has led to a lot of obscene terrorism in the society. These biological weapons tend to have long-lasting effects than the war itself. And a classic case is the case of USA detonating atomic bombs on Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki on 6 August 1945. Now, these bombs did not only claim the lives of many, but in the long term affected the health and socio-economic lives of the citizens. I heard my opponent say that modernization revolves culture, but we should also know that culture evolves and continues to evolve, and I believe if modernization had left us, we would have gotten to greater heights. No doubt my opponents may argue that modernization has been able to eradicate diseases and reduce death rates, but this is not true. It has only been able to curtail already existing diseases like smallpox, cholera, and diarrhea. But through industrial activities like mining and gas flaring, a lot of dangerous diseases like cancer, respiratory sickness have been brought to the society. In conclusion, modernization is not in any way more important than cultural preservation. Yes, it may have its benefits, but we should not overlook the negative impact it has brought to our society. Moreover, this motion is equally backed up by a saying in Deuteronomy 4 verse 9, which says, only be careful and watch yourselves so that you not forget the things that your eyes have seen, but let them fade away from your heart as you live. Teach them to your children and to your children after them. This verse clearly emphasizes the importance of remembering and passing down cultural traditions to generations and generations after us. And that is why I urge everyone seated here not to prioritize modernization over cultural preservation. Thank you.
Brilliant there. Okay, we've heard from the supporting speaker from Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School. Now finally, we're going to hear from the support speaker from Christ the Redeemer Prime Seed College.
As Winston Churchill once said, and I quote, "Those who never change their minds never change anything." In a world that is defined by progression, a compulsion for stagnation can only head an individual, society, or even an institution down the path of degradation, destitution, and cordial destruction. Today, I stand here not just to oppose this motion, but to awaken minds and to stir souls and to remind us that all culture is just a chapter, not the whole story. As the future does not belong to those who cling to old pages, it belongs to those who dare to flip those pages. Join me as we take a glimpse at those pages together. And with that I say, good day Mr. Moderator, the panel of judges, the accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, and the esteemed audience. My name is Enoch Ifeoluwasobutie from the prestigious Christ the Redeemer's Prime Seed High School. And I am standing firmly to really oppose the motion which states or asks if cultural preservation is more important than modernization. For one, racism. I ask you, my dear opponent, would Martin Luther King Jr. have dreamt his dream if he had clung to the culture of segregation? Would Rosa Parks have sparked a movement if she had submitted to tradition? It was modernization that shattered the walls of racism in America and beyond. It was modernization that dared to say, enough! Yes, culture gives us a sense of identity. But when culture is used as a cage, modernization must be the key. As it was not ancient traditions that brought forth justice, it was the courage to change, to reform, and to move forward. Secondly, women empowerment. For centuries, culture told women, stay in the shadows. You are not meant to lead. You are not meant to read. You are not meant to dream. But modernization roared in like a storm, sweeping away the dust of oppression. Modernization gave women the right to vote, the right to be educated, the right to stand tall and say, yes, I am more than my ancestors were allowed to be. If you say culture should be preserved above all, then you say Malala should have stayed silent. You say Maya Angelou should never have risen. You say that the millions of women in boardrooms, universities, parliaments, and even here in this room with us should have never been given the chance to stand where they are. But I ask you, my dear opponents, who amongst you dares to push them back into the shadows? As culture may give us roots, yes, but what is a tree if it refuses to grow? Culture is the flame, but modernization is the oxygen. Smother it and the flame dies. Let it breathe and it lights the world. The future is not an enemy of tradition. It is its only hope. Vote against this motion and vote for a culture that lives, adapts, and dominates. Thank you.
Wow. We have heard it from the lead speakers and, of course, the supporting speakers for the two schools present here for this particular debate competition, the knockout stage. Who's going to be knocked out? Boom, boom, boom. And who's going to remain in the game? We have seen, brilliance come true. We have seen dramatization, gesticulation, passion, all the shuns coming through, going on here. But only one school can progress and advance to the next stage victoriously. We're going to find out who that school is going to be When we return, I know you're itching at the edge of your seat. You want to find out? I want to find out too. But you're going to have to stay with us.
Don't miss out on exciting news, events, and more. Stay connected by following us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Atlantic Media and TV.
Akorufoma imeromu ewe mumirawa o uye mama biko meyeri kugbofo uye bo marufe emoruye bo marufe uye bo marufe emoruye bo marufe o mamo waromu nu viefe emoru ye mebi ko meyeri kugbe ororu yeru marawane afefe bubu orowa wi won yi megbigbe uye bo marufe emoru ye bo marufe.
Who has got what it takes to wear the intellectual crown? Who will conquer the stage and walk home with the King's Prize? The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition moves into the next phase, and the prize has just doubled. Now the debate champion will take home a jaw-dropping 10 million naira. Likewise, the quiz winner a mind-blowing 10 million naira. And if we have a single winner in both categories, the winner takes home all 20 million naira. The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition is not just a contest, it is the clash of brilliance, strategy, and determination. The fire is on. Atlantic TV, culturally inclined and uniquely different.
Okay, my name is Jane Tosan Ibiaipwebo Samuel, the creative director, Kekistry Sugar Craft. It's been a real big honor being part of this competition and being a judge. It's been quite educating, informative, and I'll say a worthwhile experience. Having these kids come out, talk. When you see them sitting calmly, you will never believe they have so much stuff inside them to pour out. And to think that it's coming from Warri, Delta State, it's been really fun. It's been really enjoyable. Wow, why not?
The Ogiame Atuwatse III inter-collegiate quiz and debate competition.
Wow! Starting on a very clappy, applaudy note, because all the schools that have come through today, they have done brilliantly well. So, and this is actually the last lap in the last session. We've had Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School versus Christ the Redeemer Prime Seed College. It's interesting how they have Redeemer in the names of the schools on there. Have they done well? They have done brilliant. Winner and one school progressing to the next round. We're about to find out who that school is. But just before we get to the judges, let me find out how our contestants are doing. How are you doing, ladies? You're doing good? You're doing all right? Okay, how about you over here? You're feeling good as well? Okay. You're okay. With a little hush. Okay. Okay, he's okay. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a lawyer.
Yes, indeed, you will be a lawyer by the powers invested in me by moderator. You'll be a lawyer. Okay. If that's what you want to be. But I can see you do very well there with your demonstration and then, of course, relating your points and your arguments. Nice one. Let's celebrate the lawyer in the making. Okay, how about you, Chama?
I want to become a nurse.
You want to be a nurse? Why?
I have a role model. My sister is a nurse, so she's my role model. So I just want to take after her.
You take after your sister because she's your role model. Nice one there. Big sister duties. Okay, let's hear it. What's happening?
You want to be a medical doctor.
You want to be a medical doctor? Is that mean you're talking to your patients? Can't be talking to your patients like that. You don't look like you want to be a medical doctor. You look like you want to be a motivational speaker going on there with all your dramatization, you know, and your swagger and everything going on there. You want to be a medical doctor? You're going to be speaking to your patients. I told you not to take that and you took it. Okay, because I could see your dramatization going on there. You had a lot of enthusiasm and passion when you were speaking. Why do you want to be a medical doctor?
It has always been my dream from childhood.
Has always been your dream? Oh, somebody that hears you talk now will not know you're the one 2 minutes ago. Okay, so how about you, my darling?
I would like to be a lawyer.
A lawyer? Fits you well, suits you well, buttressing your points. You know, you have this soft, subtle confidence when you speak. You can see that at display. You're not rushing, you're not, you know, under pressure whatsoever. You're just delivering your lines one after the other, back to back, going on there. So we have lawyer there, lawyer here. Okay, so I can see who's going to fight my case later on in future. All right, now let's hear from our judges. We have lawyers here, we also have judges. And now they're going to give us their final verdict. Judges, what do you think?
Well. It's been a very good day. Brilliant presentation at both schools. Spectacular performance indeed. I must commend both schools and their teachers as well, because you can't have good learners or good students without the teachers. So I celebrate you, teachers. Well done. Good job. We started on a good note today and we're ending on a good note. Anyway, that's my personal opinion. And what is it? Good job. We were told that modernization is expensive. It makes life expensive. To what extent? I wouldn't want to delve into it too far. But I also heard that we are not against culture. That modernization it only refines and purifies culture and the likes of it. And lastly, people must know about the past in order to talk about the future. It is only culture that can help us achieve that. A scholar once said, to leave an error unrefuted is to encourage an act of intellectual immorality. I don't know which side of the coin goes to that category of an error. Thank you for your performances.
What a way to end today. It's really, it's a learning process and I've learned a lot. I've really learned. The speaker here, you did a good job. Just as the moderator said, you came calmly, you stated your points, and your point was telling me, and I enjoyed the way the second speaker there tried to, all the points you brought, she was trying to, it is not like this, madam, it is not like this. And that is what a debate is all about. Yeah. You did your own work. You did well.
Nice one, actually a knockout stage for this for this school. And I really had to go look out for a word. That's the good thing with a mobile phone. The meaning of oratory. You know, I saw it in the school here. You know, I'm checking the meaning. Eloquence. fluent, forcibly, elegant, persuasive speaking, rhetorics, the act of discourse, making us understand why it is like that, even though you had advantage of the topic. They were good speakers.
Yeah.
They marshaled their points, but what was on the stage, it had to do with one of the points of stage presence, and confidence. They both had it, but one had the ability to act it. And they were not trying to be on one side. The day I bought a washing machine in my house, I almost flogged myself. Getting back to culture, washing clothes for wear. I don't do so.
Oh my God, let's celebrate our judges. They have spoken well, and then of course they have also given us our verdict, what their thoughts are on the schools and the participants. And I believe that not only the participants are learning, all of us in the room and you who's watching from wherever it is that you are in the world, you're also learning and taking home a thing or two and adding to yourself, right? But it has come to that part of the games where we have to reveal the score sheets. Fingers crossed, who's moving to the next round. It was like a last most type of thing going on there with this person coming through and that other person coming through, and before you know, this other person is like, oh my God, such a close one. I can't wait to find out who's moving. Okay, so let's find out now. You guys ready? You sure you're ready? Well, let me just wait a little bit. Let's sing the song in the morning, early. I'm kidding. Okay, let's get right to it. I know you want to find out as much as I want to find out as well. So, for Christ the Redeemer Prime Seed College, they came through with a total of 46 points. And then we have coming through for Mother of the Redeemer Catholic Secondary School, a total of 45 points. They did brilliantly well. They did so good. It was so close. Oh my God. Just 1 point? What? That was the deal breaker going on there. But of course, they did brilliantly well, excellently well. We're super excited and proud of you girls. Let's celebrate them again. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Well done, well done. But we can have only one school progressing to the next round and advancing. And right now, that school is Christ the Redeemer Prime Seed College. Congratulations. Congratulations, Gloria. What a display of intellect, the power of persuasion and all of that going on there. I am challenged. I'm inspired. Personally, I don't know about you, but I'm grateful that you stuck around with us. And of course, you kept it locked in to Atlantic Media and TV. Thank you so much for staying there. Thank you for your likes and your comments and your shares and your views. We're very appreciative of that. Okay, keep in mind, be informed or reminded that this debate competition is powered by the Olu of Warri through the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri and liaison to NNPCL. We also have there Rukotech Integrated Nigerian Services Limited. We have Ale Innovative, and then of course we have Cora Care Foundation. We also have Root Gender Foundation offering 2 million naira to the best female participant. I can't wait to find out who that's going to be at the end. So we have 20 million naira up for grabs, 10 million naira for quiz, and right now 10 million naira for the debate. Who is going to wear the intellectual crown at the end of the day? You can only find out if you keep following and engaging with us here at Atlantic Media and TV. Congratulations to all the schools that are moving to the next round for today's session. We have Delta Secondary School. We also have Federal Government College. Moving to the next round, we have Benchill Schools. We have Cambridge International School. We have Elevado Schools. And then finally, right now, we have Christ the Redeemer Prime Seed College. Well done, well done, well done. So we had 12 schools come through and we have 6 of them moving nicely to the next round. We can't wait to find out how that's going to be. So yes, you have all proven that the future belongs to leaders, to speakers, to orators, and we're really proud of you. So to the advancing teams, well done and congratulations, but you have to buckle up, brace up, because the road ahead is going to be more intense. And then of course, to the schools who are not winning right now, but of course are learning, brace up, calm down, relax. You know, motivational speakers will say, do not retire, but refire. Okay, get in there and hone on your skills as you proceed. You will engage again. There'll be another chance again. There'll be another competition again. There'll be something again for you to show forth the skill that you have been honing, you've been working on, and you've been building on. We're super proud of you. Remember, you're not failures. All right, this is just a learning curve for each and every one of you. Okay, and so with that, we are wrapping up today's session for the debate competition. It's been thoroughly amazing, interesting, engaging, informative, enlightening, and very educative. I've been your moderator and I've had the delight and the pleasure of doing this. My name is Rejoice Debekeme. To my amazing audience, to my delectable, distinguished, professional panel of judges, and of course the brilliant minds that have come through amazingly. Can we celebrate everyone? Well done. We're going to be back again tomorrow with another set of amazing, formidable, prestigious schools. You don't want to miss any part of it. All right. So until next time, keep learning, keep winning. All right. Adios, my friends.
The Ogiame Atuwatse III Inter-Collegiate Quiz and Debate Competition is proudly presented by the Office of the Sole Representative of the Olu of Warri to the NMPCL in conjunction with Cora Care Foundation, and proudly sponsored by Rokotech Integrated Services Nigeria Limited and Ali Innovative Nigeria Limited. Ruth Gender Foundation. Media partners: Atlantic Media and TV Group, Cora Radio, Prime Gossip Gazette, and Ugeoyokoro TV.